I think he may have been hanging around since the Mets' first world title in 1969. Here's Bobby Valentine's, actually Bobby Cox's lineup to go against Bobby Valentine's defense, and it's the Budweiser lineup. So let's get it all straight before we get going here. Chipper Jones is 4 for 23, all singles. His figures for the postseason identical to Mike Piazza. They're each 4 for 23 without an extra base hit.
And Masato Yoshi, he's 0-5 lifetime against the Braves, so it doesn't bode well if you're looking at statistics. He has a pretty good fastball. He throws a sinker, a slider. He throws a fork ball, and he has an excellent changeup. And let's take a look at the defense. Mike Piazza, 135 starts, second most in the National League. So he plays when he's hurt, and he's playing hurt right now.
Roger Cedeno, who'd been hitting well, and who was a threat obviously on the bases, suffered back spasms late in last night's game. My guess is it occurred when he was twisting to reach a line drive by Ozzie Guillen in the top half of the ninth in right field. In any case, he can't go. So Mora is in right, Henderson in left, sparing Valentine the decision of whether to start Mora over Henderson after what happened last night. Yoshi works to Williams and starts it with a strike. The plate up is Jerry Lane. At first, Jerry Crawford. At second, Ed Montague. Third base, Jeff Kellogg. Left field, Charlie Relaford. Right field, Ed Rapawano. Each of these teams is hitting under 200 in the series. Atlanta, as a matter of fact, has hit 107 in the 2 games at Shea Stadium.
Let's take a look at the scouting report on Masato Yoshi. Fastball, changeup, and the splitter. He will also use a straight change. He must keep his pitches down, and whenever he gets in trouble, he has to use his splitter more often.
And he fans Williams to start Game 5.
Very good pitching there by Yoshi. He got ahead in the count, and then he put a little extra on the fastball. That may be the best fastball you'll see him throw all night.
Yoshi is 34 years old, born in Osaka, Japan, resides now in Tokyo, pitched 13 seasons in Japan before coming to the Mets last year. 12-8 this season.
Tell you what, he's feeling good, Bob. He's throwing the high fastball, 91 miles an hour on that fastball, up in the zone to Brett Boone.
Yoshi, Yoshi. The Shea Stadium crowd chanting. Cuts and misses again, 0-2.
Sometimes the scouting report can fool the hitters. They're going up there looking for a little slide or a little changeup from Yoshi, and he's throwing the ball right by them.
And his 0-2 to Boone. Misses outside. A good day for hitters because it's overcast. Ordinarily in the fall, late afternoon especially, you get the shadows across the field. Not the case today. And a second consecutive strikeout, each swinging on a 1-2 pitch.
Well, if you watch Mike Piazza, he gives him the sign for a fastball, and then he wants it up above the letters, and he throws it up there for strike 3.
Two Ks in place already. And how they'd love a third here if the victim could be Chipper Jones. Destroyed the Mets during the regular season. Hasn't done much in the postseason. Fouled away, strike 1.
I felt that Piazza really tried to help Yoshi in the opening game of this series. See how he gives him that high fastball? You can watch his glove, and he'll give him a little extra there, meaning make sure you get it up. Do not let it stay in the middle of the plate, belt high. I think Piazza's catching is actually underrated. His pitch calling. He gets maligned for his defense, but his pitch calling, I think, is very good.
And Jones hits the 1-1 pitch sharply. Alfonso smothers it, recovers, and gets it. That's that Met infield, baseball's best. Now a look at the Budweiser starting lineup for the New York Mets. And again, Piazza with figures just about identical to those of Chipper Jones in this postseason. After being robbed by Alfonso, Chipper is now 4 for 24.
And Greg Maddox, 19-9, he uses his fastball. Everything works off of his fastball. He throws a lot more fastballs than people realize. He works it left and right. He'll cut it. He will throw the sinker, and he will throw you the changeup quite often.
Henderson 1 for 13 without a steal in the series, takes a strike. All the damage you see there in the postseason came against Arizona in the division series. 0-2 to Ricky, and we go to Craig Sager.
After batting practice, Turk Wendell tried to apologize to Ricky Henderson for the comments about being a quitter. Like last night with his manager, Ricky was not interested in accepting an apology. I talked to Turk moments ago. He said, "I apologize for what I said, but not for how I felt." Bob?
Craig, thank you. The 0-2 pitch, breaking ball inside. Maddox was 19-9 this year. A late September loss here at Shea Stadium, which included a John Olerud grand slam, denied him win number 20. But he's won 4 of 5 decisions this year against New York. A bouncer over Maddox's head, charging his Weiss. He'll have to hurry. Safe.
Maddox threw him a sinker. Ricky gets a good start toward first, because watch how he swings at this pitch. See, he's leaning toward first. When he hits it, running down the line, and he beats the throw. Now, and there's Turk Wendell pulling for his teammate. And I'm sure if Turk comes into the ball game today, Ricky will be pulling for him.
Provided he's in the dugout or on the field. Wherever he wasn't at the end of the game last night.
Actually, there were newspaper reports that he left the stadium, but he did not, according to Bobby Valentine, the manager.
Maddox doesn't have a good pickoff move. Ricky's not going, and ball 1 to Alfonso. Henderson is, of course, the career stolen base leader by far, owns the single season stolen base record, and has led his league in steals 11 different times in his career. He stole 37 this season.
Smart move there by Maddox then. Ricky was taking that moving lead, walking lead, and Greg made him stop. Ricky likes to get that walking lead. He doesn't like to stop. He likes to have his momentum moving a little bit towards second base at all times.
Alfonso back in the 2 slot in the lineup. Swings and misses. He struck out 6 times and went 0 for 8 the last 2 nights, batting third.
And one of the reasons that they're able to get him out, Bob, is that pitch right there, the high fastball. He handles the low fastball, middle of the plate in, very well, but they have found that they were able to get him out, throwing him fastballs up and especially away.
Ricky will be 41 on Christmas Day. Keeps himself in great shape. Says he'd like to play 3 or 4 more years. He bluffs the go, and Alfonso takes a ball. They check down at first, but he didn't go on the swing.
Ricky, not the force he used to be on the bases. I mean, he's 40 years old, so doesn't run as well as he did earlier in his career. But I think on that particular play, he was just timing Maddox to make sure that he could get the start that he wants.
He's going now. And Alfonso, trying to turn away from it, inadvertently hits it foul.
Well, I felt like Ricky was timing him and getting it right. And once he does that, he takes off. He gets a good jump there. See, it's a straight steal because he doesn't even look to see what happens at the plate. And they're trying to keep the ball up on Edgardo, and that one is up and in. He cannot get out of the way.
John Olerud, last night's hero, is on deck. Henderson's going again, and the 2-2 pitch is driven to the gap in left center field, but racing over to take it is Andrew Jones. Henderson scampering back toward first, makes it.
Ricky had another good jump on Maddox on that pitch, but Edgardo had 2 strikes on him, and he ripped it to left center. Now watch, you'll see good jump there by Ricky. But Edgardo gets that ball, finally gets one down that he likes, and he rips it, but Andrew Jones runs it down. Ricky has to hustle back to first base because Andrew Jones takes a shot at him at first base, trying to double him off. And Alfonso says, come on back, get back here. You see Plesko trying to decoy him into thinking the throw is not coming to first base.
Here's Olerud taking ball 1.
If you're wondering why Olerud is hitting third today in his normal spot, there are 2 ways you try to defeat the John Rocker factor. One is to split your left-handers up farther apart in the lineup. The other is to try to have a lead going into the late innings, and that's the tactic that Bobby Valentine chose today. He's going to try to score some runs early, and that way Rocker will not come in if he's behind.
Maddox won the Cy Young Award 4 years in succession, 92 through 95 seasons. Gets the called strike to Olerud, 1-1. Greg has twice won 20, exactly 20. 4 times he's been a 19-game winner. He's 33 and he has 221 career victories, so he has a shot at 300. Olerud takes it low. In an offense-happy era, Greg Maddox's career ERA is 2.81.
Ricky's not running now, Bob, because it took a lot of energy for him. You remember he's suffering from a little case of flu-like symptoms, but he ran to second 2 times, and then he had to hustle back to first base, and I saw him with his hands on his knees and trying to regroup. So I think he's already figured out Greg Maddox's motion and his delivery time.
Again, he chases him back.
Well, Greg is definitely aware that Ricky's at first base, because I don't think I've ever seen him throw that many times to first base with any base runner.
Not going, and the 2-1 pitch is hit high and deep to right center field. Jordan back to the track. Gone! John Olerud, who hit a grand slam off Greg Maddox in this ballpark in late September, takes him deep in the first inning with a man aboard in Game 5 for a 2-0 New York lead.
And I'm going to give Ricky Henderson an assist, because Greg Maddox normally does not give a lot of concentration to the runner at first base. It was obvious he was giving a little bit of his concentration to Ricky, so he couldn't be giving 100% concentration to John Olerud.
Strike 1 to Piazza, who has hit only 1 postseason home run in his career in close to 60 at-bats. That won't leave the park, but will send him to first base.
Well, John Olerud hit the grand slam here on September 29th. This is another fastball in. The one he hit on the 29th, he pulled to right field. This one is to right center. It's a fastball out over the plate, and Olerud pulls it to right center field, and he knew it was gone as soon as he hit it.
Now Ventura. Still looking to bust loose in the playoffs.
Take another look at the home run. Smooth swing there by Olerud, and here's Bobby Valentine. He said, yes, that's what I mean. I want to get a lead here. So I put my third slot hitter back in the proper spot.
Ventura pops it up. Into foul ground, Chipper Jones. That's the second out.
The right fielder, Melvin Moore.
Pitching has been very good in this series, Bob, but these are two pretty good hitting teams, and especially the Mets. So you expect them at some point to break out and score some runs, and today might be the day for both teams to score some runs.
The possibility of a Subway Series is still alive, thanks in large part to John Olerud, one of the few New York ball players who at least occasionally rides the subway to the ballpark. Some guys pull up in a limo. He's been known to pull out a token and ride the subway. Get off that number 7 train and you're at Shea. The 1-0 to Mora is in there.
I talked to Bobby Valentine at our meeting the other day, and I said the more I see of Melvin Moore, the more I like him as a player. And Valentine said this guy is going to be a very, very good player. He does a lot of little things that will help you win ball games.
In the air to right. Jordan has it lined up. That finishes the New York first. But John Olerud gives Masato Yoshi a 2-0 lead to work with. Brian Jordan, who has homered twice in this series, stands in against Yoshi as we move to the second. Strike one. Jordan was hit by a pitch in July, suffered a deep bone bruise on his wrist, and it cut into his production the season's last 2 months. Back in a groove now. Couldn't catch up with the Yoshi fastball. 0-2. He went wild against the Astros in the division series. His only 2 hits in this series have been for the distance. Homers in games 2 and 4. In the air to center, Darrell Hamilton. Retires Jordan. With views from above, the Bud 1 airship. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball and the National League Championship Series. Another packed house at Shea Stadium. There were about 6,000 empty seats for each of the first 2 games of this series in Atlanta. Klesko bounces it to Alfonso. He throws him out. So Jordan and Klesko, who homered back-to-back in the 8th inning to give the Braves a brief lead last night, are each retired to start the second. There are many explanations for the empty seats in Atlanta, and we'll see what happens if the Mets win today and we go back there for a game 6, or if the Braves win and the World Series opens on Saturday in Atlanta, in which case I'm sure there won't be a seat to be had. But it's the only one of the 4 parks that hasn't been SRO in the League Championship Series. Yankee Stadium, Shea Stadium, tiny Fenway Park, Scalper's Delight. The 1-0 pitch to Andrew Jones. Off speed, inside and low, 2-0. ball to shallow left. Ricky Henderson is there. And another perfect inning for Masato Yoshi. After 1.5 at Shea. 2-0 New York. One of the game's all-time greatest pitchers watching another. Sandy Koufax in the crowd to watch Greg Maddox work. Darrell Hamilton sends one to deep left center on Maddox's first pitch, and Gerald Williams can't run it down. It takes a hop over the wall for a double. Well, Maddox, who was masterful in 7 innings of work in the opener of this series, has been hit hard so far in Game 5.
And a lot of hitters like to hit the first pitch they see from Maddox because they think that may be the best. There's a fastball tailing away, and Darrell Hamilton goes the other way. And a good stretch there by Gerald Williams. He just barely misses it. He and Andrew Jones tried to run it down, but it was right between them. Very good effort by Gerald.
So here's Ordonez, just 1 for 14 in the series and unable to bunt when he's tried. No sign of the sacrifice, takes a ball. Greg Maddox went 19-9 this year after an 18-9 1998. But when you look deeper, you see he's been a bit easier to hit. His ERA was barely over 2 a year ago. This year it was 3.57. His highest since 1987.
They gave up more hits than any other pitcher in baseball. 258 during the regular season.
Ordonez gets it done. An advancing grounder. Hamilton to third as Boone throws Ordonez out.
Well, the last 2 games that Maddox pitched against the Braves, this is September 29th. The grand slam by Olerud was he gave up 8 straight base hits in that ball game, and he left, and he was a loser, 9-2. Game 1 of this series, he was almost perfect, painting the outside corner with Ricky Henderson. Pitched very, very well. The Braves are playing the infield in.
Strike 1 swinging by Masato Yoshi.
There you see the numbers those last 2 games. He gave up 11 hits on the 29th and only 5. 7 earned runs compared to 1. So
the game on September 29th was his only poor start against the Mets this year. The other 4 times he's taken the mound against them prior to today, he's been excellent.
And they're very aware of the squeeze. They're trying to hold the ball. You see Maddox hold the ball so that the runner at third base, Hamilton, may give away the squeeze and break a little too quickly, although it did not work in Game 1.
A 2-strike count now, so it's unlikely. But remember also, as you said, Joe, with Yoshi at the plate, they tried the squeeze in Game 1 and Yoshi missed the bunt. Cedeno was hung up between third and home. They pitch out and nothing is on. We found out after Game 1 that that was supposed to be a safety squeeze. It played out like a suicide squeeze because Cedeno had missed the sign and came sprinting down the line. Now it's Hamilton at third with 1 out and a 1-2 count on the Met pitcher. Yoshi hit 164 this year without a homer, 2 RBIs. And he slices one just foul.
Well, not the pitch that Greg wanted to throw. You can see it's up and in the middle of the plate. He is late on it, but he gets good wood on it.
And another 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and missed, actually tipped back into the glove of Eddie Perez, who held it.
And one of the reasons they probably did not try a squeeze in this at bat because Ricky had a base hit his first time up. Even though it was a chopper, he still got a base hit. And they feel like maybe he can get a 2-out base hit to drive in the run without risking a squeeze play with Yoshi at bat. And one thing about Ricky, when he gets off to a good start, he can have a very good game.
He takes a strike. Mets have 4 hits off Maddox and lead him 2-0. Henderson moves away.
Greg Maddox had one of the best series of pitches I ever saw to Ricky Henderson in game 1. He hit him on inside edge, outside edge, inside edge again. I mean, all those pitches were on the edge for strike 3. Ricky didn't swing at any of them. He can make some perfect pitches.
One and two. Everything is relative, so we're talking about Maddox falling off slightly from his own lofty standards. But this year, he had his fewest strikeouts in a decade, his fewest complete games in 12 years, the most home runs he's allowed since 1991. And as I mentioned, his highest ERA in more than a decade. And he was still 19-9 and one of the league's best. Weiss handles it cleanly. Throws Henderson out, and Hamilton's leadoff double goes to waste. After 2, New York 2, Atlanta nothing. Perez, Weiss, and Maddox against Yoshi in the 3rd. Eddie with 7 homers for the regular season and 2 in this series. Fouls it back. Here's the first of his 2 home runs. Game 1 off reliever Pat Mahomes in Atlanta. And then a huge home run the next day in game 2 after Jordan's homer had tied it at 2-2 with a man aboard. He wins it with this one off Kenny Rogers. Yoshi works to him 0-1. And it's in the dirt. Masato Yoshi actually had some doubt, at least in his own mind, as to whether he'd be placed on the playoff roster. And when he was asked what he would do if he wasn't, he said, "I'd buy a ticket, sit in the stands with the fans, drink some beer, and yell, 'Get Yoshi in there.'" Whether he'd yell it in English or Japanese, I do not know. Perez lifts one down the left field line. It's got home run distance, but it's a foul ball.
It's a fastball in, middle of the plate in, and he turns on it just a little too quickly. It's a little bit up in the strike zone as well. Right up there, and he turns just a little too quick. And it's just a long foul.
He takes this one to the opposite field, and it will land in there for extra bases. Perez doesn't run all that well. Mora recovers it, fires to second, but he's in there with a double.
And as he's running, you can see that his knees are really bothering him. And a catcher with bad knees is probably the worst situation you can have for a player. And you see he's calling timeout. He just wants to stretch his knees. Good pitch actually by Yoshi away and off the plate. He doesn't hit it hard, but he goes the other way with it, and he flips it down the line. Now watch him running. I mean, this just pains you to watch a guy like this run because his knees are hurting him so badly. Look at the grimace on his face, and that is full speed. He doesn't want to slide, and he can't stop. So, but you have to give him credit. He's a warrior. He's in there. He's been in there every day. Javi Lopez is out for the year.
Walt Weiss pokes one into center. Darrell Hamilton takes it. And folks, you can check out NBC's online coverage of the NLCS at msnbcsports.com. Total Cast bring you an in-game box score and real-time stats. The Reds' Barry Larkin analyzes the series from a player's point of view. Plus, after each game, you can hear player reaction by listening to audio interviews from both clubhouses. msnbcsports.com, the official website of NBC Sports. Maddox now with a chance to help himself.
Well, there are good outs and there are bad outs. That was really a bad out there by Weiss. He should have pulled the ball to the right side because Maddox is a pretty good hitter. If he could have pulled the ball to the right side, get Perez over to third base, give Maddox a chance to drive him in. That's the way you play the game. But he hit the first pitch to center field, and he didn't get any movement.
Maddox, as you see, is a threat at the plate. Sends them scattering in the box seats. I don't know what that guy's celebrating. The ball bounced back onto the field. Nobody caught it. But at least it didn't conk anybody either. Yoshi's 0-2 to Maddox. High and away.
A lot of people were wondering last night about the switch from Wise to Guillen and the ground ball off of Guillen's glove. But we asked Bobby Cox today if he thought Wise would have been able to make the play, and he said they're both about the same as far as range and coverage. So he said he thought Ozzie made a good play on the ball, and he didn't think that Wise would have made a better play.
Maddox with a little tap. Piazza lets it roll foul.
And that's interesting because he also said that in the minds of some of his coaches, they would actually put Guillen in the starting lineup rather than Wise. He said, you know, they all talk about it because they're very similar. He said, but Wise had a good game, you know, at the beginning of this series, so he stuck with him. But he says that they like Ozzie again just as much as they do Walt Wise.
And with Olerud at the plate, with his tendency to go to the opposite field, and with as hard as Rocker throws, you tend to shade people a bit more to the opposite field than you otherwise would. Guillen was way over in the hole and had a lot of ground to cover to get back to the ball, bounced right up the middle.
But the problem was he couldn't get his balance to make a dive to knock it down. I think that was the key. If you could have kept it on the infield, it would have been okay. You know, you'd been in a tie ball game.
The 1-2 pitch is fouled back.
And this is also why I mentioned the play by Wise not pulling the ball. You see, Greg Maddox does try to put the ball in play. He can use the bat. So if you could get a runner at third, you have a lot of options. He could squeeze, he could, you know, hit the ball the other way just to score the run. All he'd have to do is put the ball in play.
Perez, who doubled to lead off the inning, is at second with one down. The Braves trail it 2-0. And Maddox strikes out. Piazza has to throw it to first to make it official.
Good splitter there by Yoshi. He tried everything else to get Greg out with, and then he finally bounced the splitter.
For his third strikeout. Scouts will tell you the splitter is the key for Yoshi, especially when he's got the good fastball going, as he appears to today.
Remember in the first ball game, he was using his fastball and his slider more often. Then he started to use his splitter a lot more when he got in trouble, and he pitched very well.
Here's Williams, who struck out to begin the game. And he pops it back foul. I mentioned that Yoshi spent 13 seasons pitching in Japan. His teams were the Yakult Swallows and the Kinetsu Buffaloes. But he never worked for my favorite Japanese franchise, the Nippon Ham Fighters.
Is that Nippon Ham Fighters?
It's Nippon Ham Fighters.
Okay.
Not Nippon Ham Fighters, Nippon Ham Fighters. I check their box scores in the International Herald Tribune on a daily basis. The 0-1 pitch, way high. Many of the teams in Japan are named after the company that sponsors them. In this case, Nippon Ham. And then the nickname of the team is the Fighters. And I believe that subject has been thoroughly covered. The 1-1 pitch inside. Gerald Williams got Mike Piazza on the back of the left hand with his backswing in game 3. Mike had to have the hand x-rayed. The x-rays were negative. And 3-1. So on top of it all, you know, you have Piazza with a bad knee, a bad thumb. He gets walloped by Boone in a home plate collision. He gets his hand cracked by Gerald Williams. You want to grow up to be a catcher?
No. But one thing that he's done here is he's moved back deeper into the catcher's box with Gerald Williams hitting than he does with the other hitters. He's trying to give himself a little room.
Bounce to Ventura. It comes up nicely for him across the diamond to Olerud to retire Williams and the Braves in the 3rd. Still 2-0 Mets. The Mets trying to push it back to Atlanta for game 6. If there is a 6th game, it's definitely Kevin Millwood for the Braves. But as we suspected last night, Bobby Valentine might switch his rotation if the Mets win today. He might bring Al Leiter back on 3 days rest, as well as he's pitched of late, and use him in game 6, and then hope to be able to use Rick Reed, who was brilliant last night, also on 3 days rest, if there is a game 7. But keep in mind, not only has no team ever recovered from an 0-3 deficit in the playoffs or World Series to come back to win, no team has even gotten as far as a 7th game when they were in an 0-3 hole. The 0-2 pitch, and Alfonso bounces it foul. In fact, there's been only one team in Major League history that forced a 6th game after being down 0-3. And it was these Atlanta Braves last year. They lost the first 3 to the Padres, then won games 4 and 5 in San Diego to force everybody to schlep back to Atlanta before they lost game 6. And Alfonso fans. Second strikeout for Maddox.
The first baseman.
And from high above, as you know, aerial coverage from the Bud 1 airship. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball, and the National League Championship Series. Big round of applause for Olerud, who jolted one over the 371 sign in right center for a 2-0 New York lead in the 1st. Olerud is a free agent after this year. And there's already talk of the possibility of him leaving for the Seattle Mariners. He's a native of Washington State. Klesko underhands it to Maddox, and Olerud is gone.
Well, one other thing you have to think about when you feel that he's a free agent that may move, how long is Mike Piazza going to be able to catch? And first base would be a natural position for him to move to. So if they're not able to sign John Olerud, they may bring another first baseman in, but Piazza would start to gradually take some time off from catching and play first base. So the Mets have big decisions to make in the offseason.
2 quick outs in the New York 3rd, and ball 1 to Piazza. He grounded a sharp single to left his first time up.
Bob, I just went back through my book, and Edgardo Alfonso is really struggling. He has struck out 7 of his last 9 at bats.
1-1 to Piazza, although in Alfonso's first at bat today, he did hit the ball hard into left center, and Andrew Jones caught it. But you're right, he hasn't had many good swings. A ball and 2 strikes.
And the way he was swinging the bat at the beginning of this series, I mean, you would never think that he would fall into that type of a slump.
Most baseball historians say that Mike Piazza, the guy at the plate right now, is the best hitting catcher in baseball history. Not the best with the glove, but the best hitting catcher. But in the postseason, be it with the Dodgers or Mets, he hasn't been able to do it at the plate. And he sits down, strike 3. 2 Ks in this inning for Maddox. It remains 2-0 New York. Well, the Mets did win the wild card. They trailed by 2 with 3 games to play in the regular season. They won them all. They got into a wild card playoff. They won that. So what they're trying to convince themselves of now is, why shouldn't we be the first team to come back from the brink down 0-3 and advance to the World Series?
And Bobby Valentine's feeling is that eventually somebody will. So why not be the Mets?
Brett Boone struck out in his only at-bat so far, and he takes a ball. If they do it, they will have to win games started by Smoltz, Maddox, Millwood, and Glavine. If it goes as far as 7.
But the one thing that they have in their favor is that the Braves hitters are not hitting well, Bob. You put too much pressure on your starting pitchers just to have to pitch a shutout. I mean, the Braves are a team that's, if they're going to go deep into the playoffs, they're going to have to start getting a little better offense from their hitters.
In left field, Ricky Henderson misjudged it, and it sails over his head. On his way to second is Boone. A leadoff double.
We have seen balls take off in these gaps. Yesterday we saw a ball hit by Oz again to right field, but Cedeno was able to backtrack quick enough and make the play. Watch what happens here with Boone. He rips his ball hard. It's a line drive. Ricky actually started to cut across, and the ball just sailed over his head. Now watch, Ricky goes this way first and then has to go back, and he can't get back there quick enough. As I said, Cedeno misjudged one yesterday, but he was quick enough to get back and make the play.
Here's Chipper Jones, robbed of a hit on a diving play by Edgardo Alfonso in the first. Pickoff play, and diving back is Boone. For the second straight inning, Atlanta's leadoff man has doubled. They couldn't get Perez home in the third. Boone at second with nobody out in the fourth.
They're going to have to break out of this sooner or later, and you know, today may be the day for Chipper as well as Brian Jordan, the rest of these guys, to score some runs.
Ball 1.
Brian Jordan's hits have been home runs, but you want some RBI singles in there, and you just want to try to get some rhythm as a team, moving runners, driving them in. So far it's been individual effort.
A ball and a strike to Chipper Jones. 45 home runs for the regular season and a batting average of .319. He also walked 126 times. Very likely the 1999 National League MVP. But all that production has been absent both in the division series against Houston and so far against the Mets. Yoshi's 1-1 pitch. Another swing and a miss and a weak wave.
Well, it's that splitter that he goes to when he's in trouble, and he's getting good results so far in this ball game. And watch it. Here's the splitter. It never actually starts in the strike zone, but he really fooled Chipper with the speed. Way out in front.
So Yoshi has enough hop on it today to throw it past you upstairs, and then the bottom drops out on the splitter. Fastball is hit over third for extra bases. Boone will trot home. Jones on his way to second. Consecutive doubles cut the Met lead to 2-1.
Something like that drives the manager crazy, because you just watch the guy swing at 2 splitters in the dirt, and then you throw him a fastball. I mean, he swung at 2 splitters in the dirt, and then you try to sneak a fastball by him, and he doesn't get it where Piazza wanted it. Piazza wanted it up and in out of the strike zone. He throws it down and over the inside corner. Chipper able to fight it off. Now he's at second base, and it's a 2-1 ball game. That one pitch really hurts him a lot. I mean, he swung and missed 2 splitters in the dirt, and you follow up with that pitch.
Chipper Jones' first extra base hit of this postseason. Strike 1 to Jordan.
Talking to Bobby Cox just before the season ended, he said before Brian Jordan was hit on the wrist and his power was diminished, he said he was the most valuable player on this ball club. He was the guy that always picked up the runners from second base that were in scoring position with 2 outs. He said that he was having just a fantastic season. We look at Orel Hershiser in the bullpen, and that if he wouldn't have been hurt, he felt like they would have been able to even win more ball games, and he would have had a chance to be the most valuable player in the league. But Chipper picked up the slack and had a great series against the Mets.
A ball and 2 strikes. You saw Orel Hershiser throwing. Masato Yoshi had a mild ankle sprain in game 1. Pretty close to 100% today. Had he been unable to go, Hershiser probably would have gotten the start. Valentine also told Kenny Rogers, the game 2 starter, who by the rotation was scheduled to pitch game 6, to be ready in the bullpen today, which tells you that Leiter will be the starter in game 6 if they can get there. Fastball line to left. It drops in front of Henderson. Being waved home is Chipper Jones. Henderson fumbled the ball. He didn't have any play at the plate anyway, and Jordan stays at first, and the game is tied at 2.
That's exactly what Bobby Cox was telling us, that you get runners at second base and Brian Jordan will pick them up for you. And this is what the Braves are looking for. Some base hits with runners in scoring position rather than just hitting home runs. Yoshi comes with a high fastball and he rips it into left center field. You see Chipper Jones comes around third. Ricky in left center, as you mentioned, not going to have a chance to throw Chipper out. And we have a tie ball game.
Still nobody out, and Klesko stands in. Fastball up and in for ball 1.
We'll see what Brian Jordan does at first base. I don't know if he's going to stay there and let Klesko have that hole, but I guarantee if Klesko makes an out, they're probably going to at least let him run by then because they want to put some pressure on the Mets.
Two 2-0. Two runs, 4 hits for each team. Jordan at first, nobody out. And the 2-0 to Klesko. Way high, 3-0. Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, eyeing the situation along with Valentine. Klesko takes a strike. There goes Jordan on the 3-1 pitch, which is fouled back.
Piazza looked like he got hit again
on the backswing. Had to be.
Well, what happens when a runner takes off, the catcher actually moves forward. You'll see him move forward as the pitch is coming. See, he's moving forward, and the ball and the backswing gets him on his left wrist again on the inside. Now watch him start to move forward because he's going to have to throw to second base, but Klesko's backswing gets him.
Only a masochist could enjoy what Piazza has endured of late. There isn't enough armor in the baseball world to fully protect the catcher from the hazards of his trade.
And again, we point out that's one of the reasons that most catchers do not hit for higher averages. You know, because the wear and tear on their body from foul balls, getting hit, getting run over at home plate, all the things that happen over the course of a season, they very rarely play at 100%.
Jordan was running on the 3-1 pitch. Now with a full count, he bluffs the go, and Klesko takes ball 4. So Boone doubled. Jones doubled him home. Jordan singled Jones in to tie it, and now Klesko has walked. After a delay, Dave Wallace walks to the mound. Hershiser's been throwing for a while, and they want him. So it unravels quickly for Yoshi in the fourth. He hands the ball to Wallace, and we step aside.
Get a ground ball here, we'll get out of it.
Well, that's the plan for Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, and Orel Hershiser. The last time Hershiser faced the Braves, he was the starter here on September 28th. He lasted a third of an inning, gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, and took a very early shower.
But what he does have is a good sinker, and that's what they need here. They need the ground ball here.
And Jones fouls it back. Let's check with Jim Gray.
All right, well, the Atlanta bench is all telling Brian Jordan if the ball is in the dirt, if Orel Hershiser apparently has a tendency, according to their scouting reports, to put the ball in the dirt. If it is in the dirt, head over to third base and take it. Bob?
All right, Jim.
When you have a sinker ball pitcher on the mound, you should always be aware of the pass ball or the wild pitch.
Hershiser is now 41 years old. Through most of his career, he was one of the great postseason pitchers of all time. And Jones looks to bunt. He deadens it, but it rolls foul. Orel Hershiser is 8-3 for his career in the postseason, and had some big moments in the playoffs and World Series for the Dodgers and for the Cleveland Indians. He beat Greg Maddox in Game 5 of the 1995 World Series at Jacobs Field in Cleveland to keep the Indians alive, although Glavine threw a one-hitter in Game 6, and that's the one time in this decade the Braves did wind up winning the World Series. Pat Mahomes, who appeared in Game 1, getting loose here. Jordan at second, Klesko at first. 2 already home in the fourth. Still nobody out. And Hershiser steps off. The Bulldog was the MVP of the 1988 World Series, when the Dodgers upset the Oakland A's in 5 games, and Hershiser won 2 of them, including the Game 5 clincher. A foul ball that caught the umpire, Jerry Lane. Well, Piazza certainly can empathize. That is no place for the timid back of the plate.
It's an interesting series. We've seen this happen a couple of times where the umpire gets hit in the match. You do not see that very often during a ball game anymore, because they crouch on the inside corner and low off the left shoulder of the catcher. So you do not see them get hit nearly as often as they used to when they stood directly over the catcher.
Another 0-2 pitch. Struck him out.
When Hershiser gets ahead of you, he can usually finish you off. He will throw pitches out of the strike zone until you swing at one. This pitch is well off the plate outside after going way up and in the pitch before, and Jones fouled it, but this pitch is way off the plate outside.
So he fans the first man he faces. One of the Mets' concerns about Hershiser is that in the last 2 weeks, he's worked only 1 inning of relief, and that was kind of a mop-up appearance in a game they had easily won against Arizona. His last start came on the final day, at least the scheduled final day of the regular season, against the Pirates, and he pitched very well for 5 1/3, gave up just 2 hits and 1 run. Put them in position to win, which they did, and tie the Reds for the wild card. But he's thrown only 1 inning since then. Perez very slow. If he hits it on the ground, they can double it. A ball and a strike.
When you have a slow runner at first, at the plate and not a speedy runner at first base. What you have to do as a base runner, Klesko, he has to get a big lead at first base and try to put a lot of pressure on whoever's making the pivot at second base. He has to try to break up the double play. And you'll see that he's able to get a big lead because Olerud is way back. So he can take as much as he wants.
Hershiser took too long. Some postseason drama when Hershiser at age 41 comes in a spot like this. The 1988 Cy Young Award winner when he had one of the greatest streaks any pitcher has ever had. 59 consecutive scoreless innings. Perez swings and misses. He gets ahead of it 1-2. And a nice job by Piazza to box it in.
Well, Hershiser will only throw strikes if you force him to. He will try to get you to chase pitches out of the strike zone. And a good job there by Piazza to keep the ball in front of him.
And a challenge here, as you said, for Piazza, Joe. In addition to all the battering he's taken and his struggles at the plate, now he's got Hershiser, who always had the sinker and the breaking stuff, but had a good enough fastball in his youth that he didn't have to put everything on the edges or try to get guys to chase it out of the strike zone. Now you got this ball diving into the dirt almost constantly, and it's up to Piazza to block it.
Hershiser definitely not in a hurry.
Jim Gray tells us they're yelling at Hershiser from the Atlanta dugout, throw the ball, but he's in no hurry.
It was Gerald Williams saying step out.
Perez squibs it foul.
They usually yell a few choice things like, if you're afraid, let somebody else pitch. Throw the ball. I mean, they give you a lot of razzing from the dugouts.
And if they think that's going to bother the 41-year-old Bulldog, they ought to think again.
Probably make him slower.
He's been through the wars. I think it was John Heyman of Newsday who said Hershiser used to be able to throw smoke. Now he does it with smoke and mirrors. The 1-2, and Perez again gets a piece of it.
Well, Hershiser's definitely trying to get the ground ball, which is the right play. So everything he throws is down, 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 and those pitchers are out of the strike zone. But with 2 strikes, a little tough for a hitter to lay off.
Hershiser seems to be enjoying himself, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Going to the full bag of tricks. And locked up with another Cy Young Award winner. Hershiser and Maddox have the ball now. Finally the 1-2 pitch, and he got him. Well, for Met fans, it's worth the wait. You'll take this pace if that's the outcome.
Well, that's going to be the pace. We'll take a look. See, he will not throw you a strike unless you force him to. He doesn't throw a strike this entire back to Perez. I mean, look, every pitch is out of the strike zone, and he finally gets him with another pitch out of the strike zone. He will not throw a strike unless you force him to. See what Eddie thinks of Hershiser. Not real happy. Yoshi's very happy that he's been able to get to this point in the inning without any runs being scored.
Now it's up to Weiss, who lined to center his first time up. A bouncer, Olerud backtracks, Hershiser covers, and they're out of the inning. In what could be the twilight of their season, they call on a man in the twilight of his career to keep them alive.
Here's Orel Hershiser. He went in. That little wink is for Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, letting him know I'm on my game today.
Ball 1 to Robin Ventura. So the Braves got Maddox even when Hershiser came on with 2 on and nobody out and got the Mets out of the inning with no further damage. Foul ball, 1-2.
0 for 13 the entire series for Robin Ventura.
That counts as 1 at
12.
bat today.
Yeah, before today, and he's 0 for 1 in this ball game.
2-2 the count. With his loss in the division series against the Astros and his win in the opener of this series against the Mets, Maddox is now just a game over 500 in the postseason for his career at 10-9. A bouncer to Boone. And Brett throws Ventura out. Coming up on NBC. Here's Melvin Mora, who flied to right his first time up. Mora in right field today for Roger Cedeno, who was scratched with a bad back. Mora's got to go for a walk to think about it, as Maddox shows him that variety of changes of speeds and breaking stuff.
And you can see Maddox wants to work very quickly.
In contrast to Hershiser.
And Mora trying to slow him down. And that's a tactic that a lot of teams will use against Maddox. They just want to slow him down.
A ball and 2 strikes. Roger Cedeno, we're told, is not even on the Met bench. So the back is really bothering him. He had 3 hits, a couple of important steals, and scored the tying run last night. A weak swing, and he pokes it foul. Cedeno certainly would have been in there against Maddox, and Mora might have been in place of Henderson in left if Cedeno had been available. But the Mets were able to sidestep that bit of controversy, since Mora has to play right with Cedeno out. Bounce to Weiss. On the move, he takes care of Mora.
My conversation with Bobby Valentine led me to believe that if
The center fielder,
Ricky felt like he was okay today, that he was going to start him. So, and I think it was a wise move to start Ricky in this ball game. And if Cedeno would have been available, put him in there as well. Mora can do so many things off the bench. He can pinch run, do a lot of things to help you coming off the bench.
And Hamilton hits it sharply by Klesko for a 2-out hit. That snaps a string of 8 consecutive Mets retired by Maddox.
See, a lot of the smart hitters, especially left-handed hitters, they jump on the first pitch. Darrell Hamilton has seen 2 pitches and he's 2 for 2. He doubled the left center field off the first fastball he saw. Gets this fastball in and he grounds it past Klesko at first base.
So the string of 8 Mets retired is bookended by Hamilton. He doubled to start the second, then 8 straight went down before he singled with 2 out here in the 4th. Ordonez is 0 for 1 and 1 for 15 in the series. Ordonez's inability to come through has really hurt the Mets. Yesterday, for example, the number 7 slot went 3 for 3. Today, 2 for 2. Fly ball right field. Jordan squeezes it, and that takes care of the Mets in the 4th. We're tied at 2 in Game 5. Ball 1 from Hershiser to Maddox as we move to the 5th. Tied at 2. Greg struck out his first time up. That was against Yoshi. 1-1. Prior to this postseason, Hershiser had not had a relief appearance in either the regular season or playoffs since 1989. He had a memorable relief appearance, though, in this ballpark in 1988. In the midst of his Cy Young run, they used him in an extra inning game, the Dodgers did, against the Mets. They sort of called on him after a Mike Scioscia homer in the ninth had jolted Dwight Gooden and forced extra innings. And Maddox waves at it and goes down swinging. Let's check with Jim Gray.
All right, Bob. Well, as the Braves came back to the bench in between innings, batting coach and hitting instructor Don Baylor was telling his guys, hey, guys, only swing at strikes. Don't swing at the junk that Hershiser was putting over the mound. Much of what Joe Morgan was saying, he doesn't want these guys chasing bad pitches. Let's go over to Craig Sager with the Mets.
But the Braves have been swinging at bad pitches all year. Al Leiter was talking to Orel Hershiser during that last half inning, and Al Leiter told Hershiser they're all a bunch of hackers except for Chipper Jones, who walked 126 times this year. Bob?
It's a pretty good statement. Hackers. And you do look like a hacker when you swing at a lot of bad pitches out of the strike zone. But it's easier said than done because the ball appears to be a strike halfway to the plate.
Hit into right center field. Good for extra bases for Gerald Williams, who's speeding for second and makes it. So Hershiser had retired the first 4 hitters he faced. Now a 1-out double by Gerald Williams.
Well, this pitch is up a little bit. He has not been throwing strikes to any of the hitters. That's a strike. You see where it is, belt high, and that's what you have to do. You say, I'm going to make this ball start above the belt or else I'm not going to swing. That one starts about belt high and it remains a strike, and Gerald Williams finds a gap in right center field.
Here's Boone, who struck out in the first and doubled in the fourth. Ball 1. Called strike, and Boone doesn't believe it. Chipper Jones waiting on deck. Fouled off 1-2. For the year, Brett Boone hit .252. He has some power, 20 home runs. Although these days, just about anybody who gets 500 to 600 at bats ought to hit 20 home runs by accident.
Well, he had a fantastic year the year before with the Cincinnati Reds, hitting well over 300 and drove in 98 runs.
Hershiser's 1-2 pitch swerves outside. Do you know that this year in Major League Baseball, Dennis Cook, the veteran lefty getting ready, there was 1 homer hit for every 30 at-bats. That includes scrubs, pitchers in the National League. That means that if you get 600 at-bats and you're just an average player, not even a regular, do the math. That's 20 home runs for the season. The 2-2. Full count.
Glad you did the math because I didn't have 600 fingers.
What was your top home run year? 26, 27? 27.
Yeah.
You might be, no joke, a 35 to 40 home run man today.
I won't argue with you.
Ventura looks Williams back to second and throws across to get Boone.
As Chipper Jones approaches the plate, I thought his last at bat was a key at bat in this ball game so far. Now watch how Yoshi gets ahead up with a splitter right there. Another splitter. Now he tries to get a fastball by him, and that's not a good sign. I mean, he's late on it because he wasn't looking for it, but he still was able to get it inside the back for a home for an RBI. And now they're going to walk him in a tie ball game and pitch to Brian Jordan. This actually surprises me. You would think that Hershiser would try again to get him to chase something out of the strike zone. But Bobby's decided, hey, I saw enough of this guy in the series down in Atlanta, and I'm not going to take a chance.
Well, a number of teams have tempted fate by walking Chipper Jones and then dealing with Brian Jordan. And often Jordan has made them pay. For his career, in 8 at-bats against Hershiser, Chipper has 2 home runs.
Well, Brian Jordan has hit 2 big home runs in this series here in Atlanta in game 2. This tied the ball game. They were trailing 2-0 at the time. Last night they were down 1-0 when he hit this home run to tie the ball game in the 8th inning. And they're at the mound discussing exactly how they want to pitch Brian Jordan.
You heard Craig Sager's report from the Met dugout a while ago that Al Leiter was saying that with the exception of Chipper Jones, they'll all swing at stuff outside the strike zone. Yet another reason, coupled with the fact that Jones, despite his recent slump, has been the most productive Atlanta hitter and a switch hitter from the left side against a righty, and his own personal history against Hershiser, which includes 2 homers and 8 at-bats. But the fact that he won't bite on stuff outside the strike zone as readily as some other Atlanta hitters, and that's what Hershiser's looking to do, it all makes sense with first base open.
Definitely makes sense. I just felt that Hershiser would try to get him to chase something out of the strike zone. You can always walk him if he doesn't chase something out of the zone.
Williams at second, Jones at first. Nobody was covering. Hershiser was wheeling around to take a look at Gerald Williams.
And let's see if Brian Jordan does go out of the strike zone.
Strike 1 on the foul ball. Jordan has 12 career at-bats against Hershiser with 4 hits. None of them a homer. He's flied out and delivered an RBI single today. Hershiser trying to preserve the 2-all tie and gets ahead of Jordan 0-2.
It appeared that Brian Jordan wasn't ready when Hershiser delivered that pitch. Good pitch by Hershiser. Now he's ahead 0-2. He can try to get him to chase something out of the strike zone.
And he steps off again. Time of games is a concern for the commissioner's office, but in a situation like this, it is not Hershiser's concern. And he does get Jordan to chase one. It might have been off the outside corner. And Hershiser's out of the inning. With things going well for Hershiser, Valentine lets him bat, leading off in the 5th. He, like Maddox, has always been a good hitter. He pushes a bunt toward first, and Klesko takes it virtually on the bag for the out.
Let's take a look at Orel Hershiser as he threw the 3rd strike to the outside part of the plate. It was a cutter, and then it went off the plate. It's a cut fastball, and he retires Brian Jordan on a ball outside of the strike zone. And look at that, he gives himself a little fist pump and he says, yeah.
Well, if you discount the intentional walk to Chipper Jones, he actually has faced 7 hitters and he struck 4 of them out.
And none of the strikes were in the strike zone. One of the strikeouts. I actually thought if you were a Brave fan that you'd be hoping they would pinch hit for Hershiser. The way he's throwing the ball at this moment gives the Mets an edge.
Well, considering the way he's been pitching and the fact that he's a .203 career hitter, Valentine let him bat. Check swing foul by Ricky Henderson.
The Mets are in a situation where They have to watch him very carefully, though, this late in the ball game, because you do not know when he's going to run out of gas. He hasn't pitched in a while, so you just do not know how much stamina he has for today's ball game. First sign of trouble, they're probably going to take him out.
Hershiser seated alongside Piazza, one-time Dodger battery, reunited with the Mets. The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. The imperturbable Maddox, a blank expression as usual. 3 balls and a strike. Ricky bounces it foul, full count. Let's check with Craig Sager.
Well, Bobby Valentine obviously would like to lose Roger Cedeno with his speed or pinch hitting in this game. He has joined the rest of his teammates in the dugout, but he just told the manager that he would not be available to pinch hit.
Well, if the Mets win, off day tomorrow, game 6 would be Tuesday in Atlanta. Roll toward the middle, White's to his left. Pegs it to Klesko to get Ricky.
And Greg Maddox is so good. I mean, he can even get Ricky Henderson to go out of the strike zone. Ricky has one of the best eyes in all of baseball. Now watch this pitch just off the plate, just close enough that Ricky has to go get it. See, it's a little sinker outside, but Ricky says, I've got to go get that. And you can see he has an off-balance swing. Watch, you'll see this is off the plate outside, but Ricky has to go get it because he knows that Greg usually hits the outside edge.
And this one is lined to center. It drops for a hit. A 2-out single for Alfonso. And he's 1 for 3. So now Maddox has to contend with Olerud, who took him deep in the first.
Fastball out over the plate. And I mean, he just drills it up the gap in right center field. He had hit a grand slam off Maddox on a fastball inside here on September 29th, so Maddox goes away and he hits another home run. We'll see how he pitches him this time. Inside again.
A chance for Boone. Olerud's gone, and so are the Mets in the 5th. It remains a 2-all game. Game 5 of the NLCS. Whitestone Bridge in the distance. Darkness settling over Shea Stadium. The lights have been on for a while. Some rain in the forecast. We haven't experienced any yet. 2-2 game as we go to the 6th. Hershiser to Klesko for ball 1. We received word that it's at least sprinkling in Manhattan. We haven't experienced a drop yet in Queens, but it could be on its way. Broken bat roller, foul.
Orel Hershiser is never going to get into a hitter. You just have to force him to throw a strike. He was up and away with a fastball out of the strike zone. Then he comes off the plate with a cutter inside, and Ryan Klesko breaks his bat.
Klesko's 0 for 1 with a walk. Homers in the regular season. An 8th inning blast last night off Rick Reed that gave the Braves a brief lead. Called strike 1 and 2. Hershiser in his 17th major league season at age 41, dueling now with Maddox. 2 and 2. Klesko nubs it foul.
Hershiser has his best stuff when he has his best control. By that I mean not in the strike zone, control enough to be able to start the ball in the strike zone and move it out. Most big league pitchers can throw strikes, but being able to throw strikes just out of the strike zone as he does there is what makes Orel Hershiser so difficult to hit. And you have to have good control to be able to do that.
Hit sharply. Olerud has it handcuffed him. Alfonso picks it up. Hershiser covers, but the toss pulled him off the bag. And Klesko is safe.
Well, it's a tough play for Alfonso and Hershiser to make because Hershiser is trying to make sure he gets to the base. The ball goes off the arm of Olerud, but right there is Alfonso. Now watch what happens. It's not that he pulls him off. It's just that he comes across so quickly because he's got to beat Klesko to first base. See, he's got to run full speed to beat Klesko. Well, it did pull him off a little bit too, though, Bob. You're right. But I thought it was because he was running so quickly, he was not under control. High toss from Alfonso. And Hershiser barely off the bag, but his momentum just carried him right off the bag.
E3. Jones looks to bunt. It's a beauty. Picked up by Ventura, who throws him out as Klesko takes second.
Catcher, Eddie Perez.
Good job. This sacrifice here by Andruw Jones when called upon. I mean, pretty good bunt. Good play here by Ventura. I mean, to get in that quickly and to throw Jones out at first base. And Bobby Cox deciding last time Jones was hitting with first and second, he didn't put the bunt on until the second strike, and he wasn't able to get him over. So he decides, I'm going to go ahead and do this right away.
So Klesko reaches on Olerud's error. He's sacrificed to second by Jones, and now Valentine comes trotting out of the dugout. The bullpen is quiet.
Well, here's the question. Do you want to pitch to Eddie Perez or do you want to pitch to Walt Weiss? Meaning if you get Perez out, you can walk Weiss and pitch to Maddox. Or I guess he's thinking if I walk Perez, then I can pitch to Weiss and maybe get a double play. But I think that they're deciding that they're going to pitch to the right-handed hitting Perez, and then if they're able to get him out, no, they're going to go the opposite way. Well, Perez has been swinging the bat better than most of the Braves hitters.
Eddie was the second man Hershiser faced when he came out of the bullpen, and he struck him out.
Right.
Now remember, this isn't the 8th inning or the 9th. You're putting a run on base here, at least potentially, in a 2-2 game that could be important. It isn't as if only Klesko's run matters.
Well, there are a lot of theories on, you know, these types of situations. Some managers believe that if you walk him instead of the double play, you're actually only giving them one shot at driving in the run, because if you get the ground ball, you can turn the double play. And the other school of thought, of course, is if you pitch to Perez and you get him out, you still have to get another hitter out. So you're giving them 2 shots to drive in the go-ahead run.
If you don't get a double play here, Maddox is not an automatic out.
Right.
All right, so here's Weiss. He's lined to center, grounded to first. Ball 1.
Most of the time you would do it the opposite. You'd pitch to the right-handed hitting Eddie Perez and try to get him out, and then you'd walk the left-handed hitting Al Weiss and then pitch to Greg Maddox.
Down and away, 2-0.
But one thing that they talked about being patient. You see Weiss being very patient there with Hershiser, not swinging at pitches out of the strike zone. And now the count's 2-0. You make it start above your belt in the middle of the plate, or you do not swing. That you've got that luxury now when you've taken the first 2 pitches.
Klesko is a slow runner at second. Henderson in left, Hamilton in center playing shallow. Mora about medium depth at right. No guarantee that Klesko scores on a sharp hit to the outfield.
But none of the outfielders have strong arms except for Mora, and he's in right. And see, that's the patience you have to have with Orel Hershiser. He's just not going to throw you a strike unless you force him to. Weiss has shown a lot of patience here in this at bat.
He walks him on 4 pitches to load the bases. So a quite unintentional walk following the intentional free pass to Perez.
The pitcher.
And the one thing that Greg Maddox did last time that I like, he squared around to bunt, which means you're not going to swing at a bad pitch. He was trying to force Hershiser to throw him a strike. And if you do that in this situation, they may think it's a squeeze, and he may throw it out of the strike zone.
Ricky Henderson's buddy Turk Wendell gets up, and some light rain begins to fall. Hershiser against Maddox.
The infield is playing back for 2, except the corners may come to the plate.
Swing and a miss.
And that's ball 1. Little slider off the plate outside. He's not going to throw a strike unless you force him to.
This entire mess began with Olerud's error. An error and 2 walks. Bases loaded, 1 out. And 2 quick strikes. Again out of the strike zone. Sinker way low. Gerald Williams on deck. Hershiser needs the strikeout. And Maddox hangs in. Piazza gets it again, but just a glancing blow. That's nothing compared to the punishment he's come to expect.
Yeah, this one is like nothing. Just a little flicker off the mask.
Hershiser has struck out 4 in 2 1/3. Maddox puts the bat on the ball and fouls it off.
The one thing that Maddox is doing is everything is going towards right field. He's just trying to make sure he fights it off. Try to hit a little flare to right field or put the ball in play toward the right side.
The rain is falling harder now. Maddox and Hershiser with so much in common. Not only has each been a great pitcher, they're excellent all-round athletes. They're both good hitters. They both field their position well. They're both as crafty as they have been talented. And now with the game on the line, the Bulldogs 0-2 pitch. And he serves it down the right field line, and it lands foul.
And you see the difference here in this inning in Hershiser when he pitched in the last inning with runners in scoring position. He's not throwing the ball where it's hitting the ground. He's throwing the ball just trying to get him to chase something out of the strike zone. You see it curves foul because there's a runner at third. He has to be careful of the wild pitch. And they know each other very well because they were together in the Dodger organization, meaning Piazza and Hershiser.
Klesko at third, Perez at second, Weiss at first, and another 0-2 pitch taken for ball 1, and it didn't miss by much.
Well, he tried to go upstairs, tried to throw it out of the strike, or get him to chase something upstairs because that's easier to catch than the one that might bounce in the dirt. So he goes upstairs, which is very unlike Hershiser. He normally, as a hitter, you look down in the strike zone. You do not look up in the strike zone.
Of the 3 base runners, only Weiss runs even fairly well. And another foul ball from Maddox.
Great job by Greg Maddox, just fighting to stay alive and hope that he may get a pitch that he can put in play.
Klesko at third, Perez at second, Weiss at first. Glenn Hubbard, the first base coach. Ned Yost coaches at third for Atlanta. A tense spot for both teams, but obviously it's the Mets who have absolutely no margin for error. Trailing 3 games to 1. Tied in this one 2-2 in the 6th. Here's the squeeze. He misses the bunt. They're going to be out of the inning. Klesko being run toward the plate. It's Hershiser who's covering. He has to take a jolt. and he applies the tag. He spun out of the way as he made the tag to avoid most of the contact from Klesko. They tried the squeeze with 2 strikes, a double play.
And watch, everyone does their job properly. Klesko doesn't break too quickly. Maddox doesn't square around too quickly. But Hershiser made a pitch off the plate outside. Now he has the cover, and Ryan Klesko is coming down on him. And they were lucky that they got the ball to Hershiser enough time that he could avoid the collision at home plate there with Klesko.
It looked to me like he was screaming to Ventura, give it to me now, because if Ventura had held it just a little bit longer, Klesko, the much bigger man, could have splattered Hershiser and perhaps knocked the ball free. Maddox to Piazza.
And you definitely do not want to run the guy toward home plate, Bob. So if he could have given it to Hershiser quicker, he could run him back to third base. You always try to run the runner back from the base with which he came and not forward. Maddox was battling him, and the ball was off the plate outside. The reason he wasn't able to bunt it.
1-2 to Piazza.
The umpire gets drilled again.
And it's raining harder still at Shea Stadium.
Now watch the play. He doesn't break too quickly. See, Hershiser didn't know that the squeeze was on until he saw Maddox square around, but he'd already released the pitch. Now here's where you should have given. He gave it up to him, but he was able to tag him. But you just normally in a rundown, you do not want to run the guy toward the base that he's going to.
Bounce to Chipper Jones. He's got time with Piazza running. Low throw. Klesko can't handle it. Now Piazza took a tumble. Man, but considering all the bumps and bruises he's endured, he says that's nothing. And he's on.
I don't know if the fans are cheering because he's on or cheering because Chipper made a bad throw.
Both.
You see the chopper by Piazza. He's hustling down the line. He leaks for the bag at that last step, and that's why he trips. And Klesko cannot come up with the low throw, and he actually trips over Klesko's leg. Yeah, Piazza trips over his leg, and he goes down in a heap, but he's okay. Now here's Chipper. He backs up. He gets the good hop. And I'm telling you, that ball probably should have been caught by Klesko, even though it was a little bit low. Let's take another look. See, that ball actually gets there in the air.
Well, we know it's an error. They haven't made it official yet, whether it's E5 or E3. Ventura takes a ball from Maddox.
First base.
So the error
on the first baseman.
Charge to Klesko.
Now the ball did get there in the air. It appeared to me that he should have caught it.
Piazza a short lead. 2-0 to Ventura with Melvin Mora on deck. Ventura not only 0 for 2 in this one, but hitless in the entire series.
And what Maddox is trying to do is keep him from pulling the ball in the hole on the right side, and he's missed up and away twice. Beautiful pitch. He comes with a changeup. Changeup's a good pitch in that situation because it's 2-0. And Ventura is looking for a fastball that he can pull in the hole. And now they're going to put Ryan Klesko behind Piazza at first base. Try to cover a little of that hole.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Makes a lot of sense because it allows Maddox a little more latitude in the pitch selection.
Fouled off, 2-2. What Bobby Cox did in the top of this inning, the squeeze with 2 strikes, 1 out, bases loaded, was an interesting move. And I want to make this clear. Bobby Cox is one of the great managers of his generation and maybe manager of the year this year. But it shows you how different perceptions prevail. If Bobby Valentine had done something like that, he'd be vilified in the New York press and on all the talk shows tomorrow. The 2-2 pitch. And it holds there.
And if the Braves do not win this ball game, Bobby may be in Atlanta. He may be vilified in Atlanta.
Well, if the Braves do not win this ball game, both Bobbies will be in Atlanta, and so will we for Game 6 on Tuesday.
It's a tough call, you know, to try to squeeze with the bases loaded.
A called strike 3, and Ventura still can't figure Atlanta pitching out.
And that's Greg Maddox at his best. This is the pitch that he uses better than anyone in baseball. This pitch is off the plate. Now watch, see the rotation? Look at that, just jumps over to the inside corner. And you can see Perez doesn't even move it. He doesn't move the glove after he catches it. Look at that, right on the inside corner. But he starts the ball off the plate inside, and the movement takes it back over the inside part of the plate. That is a great pitch.
We may be catching a break here. The rain, which was falling heavily, has all but completely stopped. The umbrellas being folded up all around Shea Stadium. Strike 1 to Mora, who's 0 for 2. And just as I say that, look, it begins to fall again.
Well, maybe you shouldn't mention it again.
I will zip it up. Mora bunts one, and it hit him. It hit him as he came out of the batter's box.
Well,
but he may still have been in the box, and so it's a foul ball.
The home plate umpire called it a foul ball, so that means he was in the batter's box when it hits him. Yes, you can see he's clearly still in the batter's box. It hits him before he gets out of the batter's box, right there. And the home plate umpire made the call, and he called it very quickly.
Looks like this one led to the late innings, just like the first 4. A tight chess match between Valentine and Cox. Mora hits one the opposite way, and it has eyes. Piazza rounds second, but will stop there as Jordan comes up with it. It was hit softly, but it found the hole.
Mora hit it off the end of the bat. A little squiver, and watch, right off the end of the bat. And he gets enough of it to find that hole on the right side. When they're holding the runner at first, you do not have to hit the ball hard to get it through the right side, because your second baseman is moved towards second base to make the double play. So the old adage, you have to give up something to get something. They're giving up range to get the double play.
Hamilton's 2 for 2. A called strike. He's hit the ball hard twice off Maddox, a double and a single. The Mets have 7 hits. The Braves with 5 against Yoshi and Hershiser. Two.
Well, what Hamilton has done earlier, his first pitch fastball, base hit to left center field, a double. Next time at bat, he comes up, first pitch, fastball, and he grounds it in the hole for a base hit. So he's hit first pitch fastball in his 2 previous at bats. He took a strike on the first pitch fastball here.
This is the inside corner, 1 and 2.
And that was the different fastball than the one he threw to Ventura. The one he threw to Ventura, he had the movement back over the inside corner. That was just a straighten the up fastball.
And Hamilton rips it, but Klesko's got it, and he throws it away. Weiss is able to grab it to prevent it from going to the outfield, but he's pulled off the bag. Klesko at first was going for the unassisted putout at first base. Then he seemed to remind himself that the force was in order, but his throw to second was wild. The bases are loaded.
Well, this ball is smashed down to Klesko, and he was coming to first base. Now he realized, I've got to go to second, and his off-balance throw pulls Weiss off the bag. Good job by Weiss to keep the ball from going into the outfield. Now this is a tough play because the ball was hit sharply, but you see him take a step, and then he throws it to the outfield side. Just an excellent play there by Weiss. And Bobby not happy.
The second error of the inning by Klesko. And just as the Braves did in the top half of the inning, the Mets have them loaded with 1 out. And it's Ordonez bouncing it to Weiss, who'll step on the bag and complete the double play. With a single pitch, Maddox slithers out of a mess of Klesko's making. Two errors by Ryan Klesko wind up not hurting the Braves, and Andres Galarraga, who would be their first baseman were it not for his illness that took him out for the entire season, and Klesko would be in left. It's Galarraga who comes over and says, hey, don't let it bother you, which is easier to say after the double play got them out of the inning.
Yeah, but as a team, you don't think of individuals making mistakes. You say, we're a team, we'll pick you up. You're supposed to pick each other up, and you have to give Greg Maddox a big pick-me-up there because he got the ground ball from Ordonez to get out of the jam.
Gerald Williams taking a strike. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, Bob. Well, through all of that inning, Ryan Klesko hurt the left side of his leg and the lower part of his left ankle. It's being looked at right now by Jeff Porter. He's going to try and stay in the game and doesn't want to draw too much of an attention to it, but he's in some obvious pain over here. We'll keep an eye on it. Bob?
Thank you, Jim. A breaking ball from Hershiser is strike 2 to Williams.
Well, Piazza tripped over his leg when he was running to first base. So that could be the reason that he's having problems with his leg.
Williams reaches for it, lifts it in the shallow right. Mora comes on to take it.
The second baseman, Brett Boone.
Coming up later this evening on Fox, Game 4 from Fenway. Headed for the Yankees, Saberhagen for the Red Sox. Tomorrow night it's Game 5, same place. And if the Red Sox can win at least one of those two, they'll come back to Yankee Stadium for Game 6 and maybe 7, and we'll be in Atlanta on Tuesday night if the Mets win this one. And Brett Boone is hit by the pitch.
Hershiser's claiming that he didn't try to get out of the way and the ball didn't hit him, and Piazza is saying the same thing.
The third baseman, Chipper Jones.
And Bobby comes out to question home plate umpire Jerry Lane. And he's telling him, yes, it hit him. And Bobby says, okay, finally. Let's take a look. Well, see, the point is, if it just barely grazes your uniform, you're still considered to be hit by a pitch. If it just touches your uniform, and that's basically what he's saying, it touched his uniform. And if it does, you're hit by the pitch. Well, I mean, it could have just touched his uniform. That's all it takes.
In which case, it pays to wear a loose-fitting uniform. None of that skin-tight stuff. And Otis Nixon, a forgotten man throughout this series, comes off the bench to pinch run.
And Dave Wallace is coming out, and he's made the call to the bullpen.
Well, Chipper Jones, the switch hitter, is due. Wendell, the right-hander, is going to come on. So they don't want Hershiser to pitch to Chipper. But what a job the Bulldog did while he was in there. As always, to greet Turk Wendell's entrance at Shea, the PA blares the Trog's Wild Thing. And as he does, before each batter he faces, he grabs the rosin bag and slams it to the back of the mound. Bobby Valentine has called upon him in just about half of the Mets games this year. He had 80 regular season appearances. Otis Nixon at first with 1 out, running for Brett Boone, who was hit by a pitch. Top of the 7th, 2-2 game. Chipper Jones robbed of a hit by Alfonso in the 1st, doubled in the 4th, walked intentionally in the 5th.
And Otis Nixon's job at this point is to get a good jump and steal second base.
Because he played so little, Nixon stole only 26 bases in 33 attempts this year.
And And you can see that he's trying to widen his lead. And as a base stealer, you do not have a big enough lead if you do not have to dive back. They may want to let Chipper Jones take a shot at the hole before he goes, but we'll see.
Strike one. It would be a bitter pill for these Met fans if Jones came through here and delivered the hit that could possibly win the game and end New York's season. The welcome wagon has not exactly been out in New York for either Chipper Jones or John Rocker. Nixon bluffing, almost got him leaning.
Yeah, he was trying to go on that pitch. He felt like he had him timed, and Wendell does a good job of holding the ball a little longer. Watch Nixon. He starts right there, and then Wendell throws to first base. And there's a proper way to get back to first base. Pivot step.
And Wendell gets ahead of Jones 0-2. Nixon down at first base, still retains much of his speed at age 40. He once was one of the game's premier base stealers, swiped as many as 72 in a season. This is his second tour of duty with the Braves, was with them in the early 90s. He's been with 9 different major league teams. Wendell's 0-2 to Jones. There goes Nixon. And he swipes it. Meanwhile, Jones strikes out.
A lot of times you will not run 0-2 because they may pitch out. He gets a good jump. It's a breaking ball down and in. Tough pitch for Piazza to throw on, and he beats the throw easily. Now watch this, down and in. Tough for Piazza. Chipper tried to stop his swing, but home plate umpire Jerry Lane said he went through with it, so he's out, number 2.
Another RBI spot now for Jordan, who singled home a run on the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Ball 1. The lefty Cook gets up for the second time in this game. Two and 0. One win from their 5th World Series in the 90s under Bobby Cox. It's the 8th straight time the Braves have been in the NLCS. 94 doesn't count because there was no postseason due to the strike.
And Piazza goes out to talk to Wendell, and what he wants to do is say, look, you're behind this guy 2-0. Let's not give in. Let's not throw a breaking ball in the middle of the plate, or let's not throw a fastball that gets a lot of the plate. So they're trying to decide which pitch they want to throw here. Because remember, they had Dennis Cook warming up in the bullpen just in case they didn't get Brian Jordan out with Klesko on deck, and they're going to call him now. But that tells me that they're going to walk Jordan intentionally to get to Dennis Cook.
So Klesko, the left-handed batter, would be due, and they might send up Brian Hunter to pinch hit for him. We'll see. Dennis Cook, 37-year-old left-hander, 10-5 for the year, with an ERA of 3.86, effective, as you see, in this postseason, as he was in the 1997 postseason for the Florida Marlins.
Well, they're bringing him in now. You say, well, why do they bring him in if they're going to walk Brian Jordan? Well, what they're doing is they want Dennis Cook to get used to the mound. You're going to throw a couple of pitches just so he can get used to the mound before he has to pitch to either Klesko or a pinch hitter. The walk will still be charged to Wendell because there are 2 balls and no strikes. But you see, they're still going to go ahead and walk him. But most people say, well, why did you let Wendell do it? Well, it's just to let him get accustomed to the mound.
But not only that, when you bring in a pitcher, he has to face at least one man. Now, if Bobby Cox should go to his bench, this would leave Valentine the opportunity to make a pitching change.
Well, you're in a situation here where, well, they're calling, looks like Klesko's going back. I think that he's going to pitch to whoever they bring in. I don't think Bobby's going to waste a lot of pitchers in this situation. I think Dennis Cook's the guy he wants in there at this time.
Unless this doesn't count as a batter faced, having inherited a 2-ball count. Have to get an interpretation on that. In any case, Cook is standing out there.
Pitch hitting for the Braves.
Valentine walks toward the plate umpire, Jerry Lane.
And he may be asking the same question.
Is he in? Is he in?
He's asking if Brian Hunter is in. If that means if he's in the game. So here comes Wallace. So maybe you're right.
No, that was the case. That counted as a hitter for Dennis Cook. If they had not brought him in to complete the walk, Cook would have to face at least one hitter.
Right.
And you'd have the lefty going against the righty. Now they bring in the hard-throwing Mahomes. Hope Cook didn't wear himself out with that stint. Dennis Cook came in, threw 2 pitches to complete an intentional walk to Brian Jordan. Now it's Mahomes facing the pinch hitter Hunter. And missing high. Hunter obviously will stay in the game and play first base. You talk about all the missed RBIs with the big cat Andres Galarraga out, but they also miss his glove. He's a former Gold Glove first baseman. Klesko made a couple of errors in the bottom of the 6th. Hunter, who will replace him now, is pretty good with the glove, but neither is as good as Galarraga. Two on, 2 out. And a 3-0 count to Hunter. Andrew Jones would be next.
There's Dennis Cook. He's yelling words of encouragement from Pat Mahomes.
And he misses with all 4 of them to load the bases. No hits in this inning. Boone was hit by a pitch. Nixon ran for him.
The center fielder, Andrew Jones.
And after Nixon stole a base on strike 3 to Chipper Jones, which was the 2nd out of the inning, they walked Jordan intentionally. Hunter bats for Klesko. He draws a walk, and they're loaded for Jones, Andrew Jones.
2 innings in a row that the Braves have been able to load the bases without a base hit.
And there's a strike. Mahomes was lit up for a homer in game 1 of this series by Eddie Perez. For the season, Mahomes was 8-0. Used mostly in middle relief. He didn't have a save. A ball and a strike. Go figure on this. Mahomes pitched in Japan last year with the Yokohama Bay Stars. He was 0-4. Comes back to the big leagues. Goes 8-0. Previously with the Twins and Red Sox. Here's his 1-1. Down low, 2-1.
Mahomes has a pretty good fastball. He likes to throw you change-ups and curveballs to get you out. But with the bases loaded and the count 2-1, he's just about has to come in with a fastball to Andrew Jones, who is a very good fastball hitter.
Tipped back into the glove of Piazza to even the count at 2-2.
Well, he has a good enough fastball as he goes upstairs. Andrew Jones could not catch up with it.
Two out, bases loaded, and the 2-2 pitch. Hit in the air to left. Ricky Henderson going back. The ball carrying pretty well, but not quite to the track as he tucks it away. And they leave him loaded in the 7th. The Braves have stranded 10 in this game. Fans settle back into their seats following the 7th inning stretch. Pat Mahomes, who got Andrew Jones to end the inning, is allowed to lead off in the bottom of the 7th. And a strike from Maddox. Brian Hunter, who batted for Klesko, stays in the game and plays first base. Keith Lockhart now at second. Mahomes trying to bunt, fouls it off. Brett Boone, the starting second baseman, was hit by a pitch and Otis Nixon ran for him, so that's why Lockhart is at second base now.
And this is Mahomes as he got the final out in the top of the 7th inning. And he knows it gives the Mets a chance to go ahead here in the bottom of the inning. And Mahomes is 5 for 16 as a hitter, so it's not a lost cause when you're sitting up there to hit for himself here in the bottom of the 7th.
By the way, those 16 at-bats this year are his entire career total because he was in the American League with the DH before this year.
And he's hit 3 doubles those 16 at-bats.
Well, he works the count full against Greg Maddox. Ricky Henderson on deck. And Mahomes goes down swinging.
The left fielder, Ricky Henderson.
There you see the Mets offense here compared to their season numbers.
Keep in mind, you play only 12 of 162 games against the Atlanta pitching staff, so those numbers on the right were compiled against lesser mortals for the most part.
Bob, you expect most teams' seasonal average to drop a little bit in the postseason simply because they're going to be facing the teams that usually have the best pitching. But this is a pretty big drop-off. I mean, both teams came in hitting under 200.
A ball and a strike to Henderson.
The Braves came in hitting 198, and the Mets came into this ball game hitting 180. That's a pretty big drop-off.
The strikeout of Mahomes a moment ago was Maddox's 5th. A broken bat bouncer, Lockhart's first chance, and he takes care of Ricky. Here's the ruling, by the way, on Cook coming in and throwing just 2 pitches to complete the intentional walk to Jordan. It's Rule 305B. If the pitcher is replaced, the substitute pitcher shall pitch to the batter then at bat or any substitute batter until such batter is put out or reaches base, or until the offensive team is put out, which would take into account a stolen base, a pickoff, or whatever. So that counts as facing a hitter for Cook and allowed Valentine to remove him. Hit sharply by Alfonso, backing up his Weiss. Long throw gets him. So Maddox cruises through the 7th. Greg is scheduled to bat 3rd in the 8th. We'll see what Bobby Cox does when we come back. Mets got 2 on Olerud's homer in the 1st. Braves tied it with 2 in the 4th. It's been that way ever since. On to the 8th. Ball 1 from Pat Mahomes to Eddie Perez. Bobby Cox told us before the game that John Rocker was, quote, good for an inning today. We're in the 8th now. 1-1 the count.
But we also know that he may have a mystery guest down in the bullpen before it's over, and that's Kevin Millwood. He has used Greg Maddox out of the pen this series. In this series, also used John Smoltz during the playoffs.
Rocker stretching as he always does before he throws. Jim Gray told us that after finishing off the Mets in the bottom of the 7th, Greg Maddox took his glove and his jacket and left the dugout, headed for the clubhouse. Still 1-2. Meanwhile, in the Met bullpen, John Franco has begun to toss. Another 1-2 pitch. Roll foul. And there's the veteran Franco. Three of the first 4 games of this series were one-run affairs. The other was decided by 2. Hit toward the hole. Ventura to his left. Pops back up. Has trouble getting it out of his glove, but with Perez running, they get the out. Anybody else just about. And it's an infield hit.
Well, they're guarding the line a little bit. Not all the way over, but a little bit here in the late inning. So Ventura has a long way to go to get this. And then, like you say, they had trouble getting it out of his glove, but with Perez running, he had plenty of time. Nice play here by Ventura, but you see how far he has to go to get to the ball. Then he gets up and makes a good throw.
Weiss is 0 for 2 with a walk. Strike 1. Quickly 0-2. Terry Mulholland gets up. Jose Hernandez, the former Cub, a forgotten man in this series, in the on-deck circle. Mahomes wastes 1-2.
Well, with 2 outs, Hernandez would be a very good choice because he is capable of hitting the long ball.
Hits softly into left center field, but it splits the 2 outfielders and rolls to the track. Weiss is on his way to second, and he's in with a double.
Good hitting by Walt Weiss. He threw 2 fastballs by him inside.
Number 16.
He goes to the outside part of the plate. Weiss goes the other way, and he finds the gap between Ricky Henderson and Darrell Hamilton in left center field.
Really just a soft fly ball, but in a good spot.
And he goes into second base with a double.
And Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, arrives in a hurry. Now Bobby Cox has already used Otis Nixon as a pinch runner. Keith Lockhart, his best pinch hitter, is in the game playing second base. Ryan Hunter, a right-handed hitter, has already batted for Klesko and is in the game playing first. So the only left-handed batters that he has available to him are his reserve catchers. Greg Myers is a pretty good pinch hitter.
And Ozzie Guillen is a switch hitter. He basically hits left now.
Hernandez has 2 at-bats against Mahomes. 1 for 2. The hit was a homer. Batting for Maddox with 1 out and 1 on in the 8th. A ball and a strike. In September, Hernandez was pretty much the regular shortstop for the Braves. But he's not as good a glove man as either Weiss or Guillen. He strikes out a lot, 145 times this year, but he does have some pop. Did he go? They check it first. Yep. 1-2.
Good acting job by Jose Hernandez. Watch this. He goes out there and then he tries to check, so he drops the bat. See? Pretty good acting job there, but Crawford says no way. Strike 2.
Hernandez hit .266 with 19 homers for the year. They check again.
Jerry Crawford.
And they punch him out.
Doesn't have to do it this time. Home plate umpire Jerry Lane says he saw this one himself, so he doesn't ask.
the left fielder.
Jerry Lane is one of those delayed call guys. Piazza was asking for the look. See, he says, please check. And Lane says, no, I'll take care of this. So Hernandez, in a position to which he has become accustomed, back to the dugout after striking out.
Well, they're going to walk Gerald Williams. Keith Lockhart is on deck.
And they're going to go to Franco with the left-handed hitting Lockhart due.
I'm not going to say that yet. Bobby's been real tricky today.
But let's put it this way. That's what seems likely.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to give him credit. He got the matchup he wanted by making that move.
In this game, Atlanta is 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position.
The second baseman, Keith Lockhart.
They've already stranded 10 and had an inning end with the bases loaded on a double play when a squeeze backfired. Franco will come in with 2 on and 2 out in the 8th. The view of Shea from the Bud 1 airship. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball and the National League Championship Series. Franco out of the Met bullpen to face the left-handed hitting Keith Lockhart. The only right-handed bat that Bobby Cox has left is Howard Battle.
And if you were to use Battle, you could put Guillen at second base if you wanted to go in that direction. And this is the last relief pitcher the Mets have that is left-handed. Kenny Rogers is probably in the pen as well, but this would be the last relief pitcher the Mets of their normal core out there that would be available. Lockhart has never faced John Franco.
Swings on the first pitch, dribbles into Olerud. He'll take it himself. 1 pitch, and Franco can pump his fist and head for the dugout. Orel Hershiser and John Franco, 80 years of age between them, have helped to keep the Mets in Game 5 to keep it 2-2. Now Terry Mulholland, a veteran himself at age 36 in his 13th year in the majors, finally makes his first appearance of this series, although it seems he's always been up and throwing in the bullpen. And he starts Olerud with a strike. Olerud homered off Maddox in the first to make it 2-0. The Mets haven't scored since. That's strike 2.
Maddox really pitched well after after the home run to John Olerud. He got out of jam after jam, not always of his own making.
And Olerud goes the opposite way and lands it fair. Williams had a lot of trouble with it, but Olerud retreats to first.
It appeared Olerud had a chance to go to second base, but he did not want to take that chance. This ball is right down the line, fastball, and he fires it down the left field line, just inside the line. Gerald Williams gets over, but he has a little trouble picking it up. Now he gets there, and it bounces away from him, and by the time he gets it, I thought Olerud would have a chance, but he decided to hold it first.
And what a spot for Piazza against the left-hander. Ball 1 high. To close the book on Maddox, 7 innings, 7 hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks, and the 2 runs on Olerud's homer in the first. Now it's Mulholland throwing it by Piazza, 1-1. Mike is singled, struck out, reached on an error. 1 for 3. struggling Robin Ventura on deck. 2-1. Hudson misses 2 balls and 2 strikes.
2 real good fastballs from Mulholland. That one down and away.
Flecks of gray in that Fu Manchu of Terry Mulholland. Well-traveled big leaguer. He's been with several clubs, but he must be a likable guy. The Giants, the Phillies, and the Cubs each reacquired him. He's been with those clubs twice each. Foul back. And another time off Jerry Lane, the plate umpire. He's taken a pounding tonight.
That one gets him, just looks like it got him on the right shoulder. And part of what you see there is the way that Perez sets up. Jerry Lane has to stay on the inside corner. He works off the inside corner. And since Perez is going so far out, he's exposed a lot more.
Full count.
This is a situation where Bobby has to decide whether he wants to let Olerud go and give Piazza another hole to open up on the right side.
Not going. And he goes down swinging.
Wise decision.
The third
Because
baseman.
we've seen Olerud, he does not run well enough to steal the base on his own. And another really good fastball from Mulholland just throws it right by Mike Piazza. You don't see that too often during the season. Someone throwing a fastball by Mike Piazza and won it back.
Ventura fouls it back.
You always think if you're a hitter that the next at bat is the one that brings you out of a slump. But that has not been the case so far for Ventura. And one other thing, they're not holding John Olerud at first base.
And this is a double play ball. Lockhart to Weiss on to first, 4-6-3. And Ventura still can't bust loose. 0 for 16 in this series. On to the ninth at Shea. Beginning with Brett Boone being hit by a pitch with 1 out in the 7th inning. Bobby Valentine has used 5 pitchers to face the last 10 Atlanta hitters, only one of whom has gotten a hit. It's been a hit batter and some walks mixed in. Now it's Chipper Jones from the right side against Franco as we go to the ninth. Hershiser, Wendell, Cook, Mahomes, and Franco. 5 pitchers for 10 hitters. Franco stays in to start the ninth. And he has to face the heart of the order. Jones, Jordan, and now Hunter, who's in the 5th spot, having replaced Klesko. A ball and a strike. The Braves have left 12 men on base in this game.
They have definitely had lots of opportunities. They've only needed 1 key hit to break the game open, and they have not been able to get that. Bases loaded a couple of times. 2 innings in a row without a base hit.
A strike on the inside corner, 1 and 2. The Mets have stranded half that number. They've left 6. Trigger, and Jerry Lane punches him out.
Good job of pitching there by Franco. He started him off with a fastball away, then he went away a couple of pitches, and then he came inside the last 2 pitches. And you can see Chipper can't pull the trigger. Look where Piazza set up on the inside part of the plate, and he gets it there. Good pitching by John Franco.
And And here is a huge hitter for Franco. Jordan taps it to the left side. Ventura charges. Jordan runs well, and Ventura can't make the play.
I don't think he was going to be able to get him anyway, Bob, but Ventura charged it, tried to get it out of his glove very quickly, but Jordan, who runs very well, was down the line very quickly. And watch, see how deep Ventura is, and Jordan out of there very quickly. He gets it. He has to try to make the transfer very quickly, and he can't do so. That's a base hit.
In a game like this, tied in the ninth, you have to be alert to the possibility that Jordan could run. He stole 13 in 21 attempts. Olerud using that technique where he's in front of the runner and then slides back toward the bag.
They do it with basically their left-handed pitchers when they use the move with Olerud off the bag.
He comes to the plate, and Hunter loops one down the right field line, and it lands foul.
This ball is hit right off the end of the bat. That sinker from Franco down the right field line. It looked like it had a chance at first, but then it really started to curve, and it lands about 8 feet foul.
The well-traveled Brian Hunter hit .249 this year with 6 homers and 30 RBIs. Off the bench and occasional duty at first base. Often a late-inning defensive replacement for Bobby Cox.
And one time, Bobby, he was the guy they thought was going to hit 30 home runs a year.
Franco's 0-1 pitch is in there.
Sometimes during the playoffs, this is a reason that it's tough to hit. Franco normally throws sinkers away from right-handed hitters, and in this inning, he has thrown a lot of fastballs on the inside corner. He caught Chipper looking, and he got one by Brian Hunter here. Normally, you look for a sinker away on Franco.
Jordan is chased back. Amid the raindrops, Jordan leads away. Not going. Inside, a ball and 2 strikes. Do you think Bobby Valentine gave any thought to using Armando Benitez in a tie game in the ninth?
Well, I'm sure he gave it some thought, but he figures he hasn't used up all of his arms out of the bullpen yet, and you don't want Benitez into an extended period. But I mean, they may use him in the 10th if it goes that far.
Comes to the plate, and it bounces up there. Piazza blocks it.
And remember, he's got Kenny Rogers in the bullpen in case, you know, we were to go 10, 11, 12, or you get into an extended period of extra innings.
Bobby Bonilla holding a bat just in case. The pitcher's spot would come up if they could put one man on in the bottom of the ninth. The 6, 7, and 8 hitters are due. Jordan leads away. He's at first with 1 out. Tie game in the ninth. And the 2-2 pitch is popped up. Back of third. Ordonez in behind Ventura to take it.
Another good job of pitching there by Franco. He bounces one, and then he comes back up and in and jams Brian Hunter. Like I say, he normally throws a sinker away. That is a cut fastball that he gets in on Hunter, and it's very effective. That's been a very effective pitch here for him against the 2 big right-handed sluggers, Chipper Jones and Brian Hunter.
Andrew Jones, who flied out to left with the bases loaded in the 7th his last time up. Earlier, he struck out against Hershiser with 2 men on. Franco trying to give the Mets a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th and book a flight back to Georgia. Low for a ball. Armando Benitez, still in that bullpen, has faced 26 Atlanta hitters this year, and not one of them has reached base against him. Inside edge, a ball and a strike. John Franco at age 39. One of the great closers of his era. More than 400 career saves. Was the closer earlier this season before an injury sidelined him, and Benitez took that role from him. The 1-1. Called strike 2.
As I said, John Franco pitching opposite of the scouting report that teams would have on him. Pitching right-handers inside, and he's been able to get the call or get the guy to pop it up.
He waited his whole career. Speaking of Franco, to be in a spot like this, 16 years in the majors before making the postseason for the first time. And he fans Jones to send it to the bottom of the 9th. Which will come your way following this word from your local stations. Last night, the Mets did find a way to force a Game 5. Now, if they can score here in the 9th, they can push it to Game 6. Tuesday at Turner Field. Each team has had its chances, especially Atlanta. Mulholland to Mora. Strike 1. The left-handed hitting Darrell Hamilton is due next, and Agbayani is on deck to hit for him. 0-2. There's Benny.
Well, if Melvin Moore could figure a way to get on, they may let Hamilton hit the sacrifice instead. But if he doesn't get on, you're probably looking at Agbayani getting a chance to pinch hit.
Springer, the righty. Rocker needs no ID. And Mora stays alive. Falling steadily. A lot of wet uniforms out there, but also a lot of dry throats, especially for the Mets, with their whole season on the line. Bounced foul.
Chipper Jones guarding the line very closely. Not going to give up an extra base hit. That's a ground ball and this late in the ball game. Everyone seems to be relaxed, but a lot of churning going on in the stomachs. There's Bobby.
Mora continues to battle Mulholland. The 1-2 pitch to the rookie. Another foul ball. Mora spent most of the season in the minors. John Franco spent 16 seasons in the majors waiting to get here. Mora finds himself in the postseason after just a few months. It's a funny game. And he steps out. As we move to the bottom of the ninth and possibly extra innings, you wonder whether Roger Cedeno is available to Bobby Valentine even as a pinch runner. We think not. That'll make the seats too.
But Craig Sager pointed that he wasn't going to be able to swing a bat and pinch hit. So if you can't pinch hit, be very difficult to run. You got to back it.
Mora strikes out.
Mora fouled off a lot of pitches, did a great job of working deep into the count, but then Mulholland finishes off with a high fastball up and out of the strike zone. And with 2 strikes, it's very difficult to lay off of that pitch.
So it will be Agbayani for Hamilton. Taking the strike. If the Mets don't score here, chances are Mora moves from right to center to replace Hamilton, and Agbayani goes to right. Hit to the right side, Hunter. He says, I'll take it myself, waving Mulholland off.
The shortstop.
2 out, nobody on for Ordonez. Sorry, Joe.
It's pretty easy to say that, you know, the hitters aren't swinging the bats well, and that's why they're not scoring a lot of runs. But a lot of these pitchers are making great pitches, and they're staying out of the middle of the plate.
Bobby Bonilla moving out on deck in case Ordonez can prolong the inning. But he's just 1 for 17 in this series. Bounce toward Weiss. It comes up for him. He throws on the run, and Mulholland works a perfect 9th. Extra innings in Game 5 of the National League Championship Series. Agbayani, who grounded out as a pinch hitter, as expected, stays in the game and plays right. Melvin Mora moves from right to center, and Armando Benitez comes out of the bullpen. If he retires Eddie Perez, he will have worked the statistical equivalent of a perfect game, 27 up and 27 down over the course of this season and playoffs against the Braves. Eddie Perez has 2 lifetime at-bats against Armando Benitez. One of them resulted in a home run. He fouls this back toward us. I thought for a moment you'd have to make the play.
No, I don't make plays in the book. I move. Benitez pitched 2 perfect innings you mentioned on Friday and 1 perfect inning yesterday. I think they're looking for 1 more right here.
And Perez hits it in the air to left. Henderson comes on. It drops in front of him. A soft single. And the first time any Atlanta Brave has gotten as far as first base against Armando Benitez in 1999.
The shortstop.
Well, first of all, Henderson's playing deep because you do not want a ball hit over your head. And this is not a hard line drive. It's kind of a little soft line drive. And Henderson comes in, and the ball actually hits way in front of him. And if you try to make that play and the ball skids past you in a game like this, you can lose the ball game. So I think it was a good play by Ricky Henderson to make sure that he didn't get more than a single.
Perez is removed for the pinch runner Howard Battle. So now Bobby Cox has Ozzie Guillen and the 2 catchers, Fabregas and Myers, on his bench. Valentine still has Dunston, Pratt, Matt Franco, and Bobby Bonilla. We're not counting Roger Cedeno as available. Weiss looking to bunt and pushes it foul.
Well, the one thing you have to do if you're trying to bunt a real hard thrower is make sure you get the barrel of the bat out front. Can't reach for it.
Remember this as we move along in extra innings. If it does continue, Bobby Cox could always use a Tom Glavine or a John Smoltz as a pinch hitter. The Braves are 18-5 in extra innings this year, including their heart-stopping extra inning win at the Astrodome in Game 3 of the division series against Houston. Ozzie Guillen is on deck. He will hit from Mulholland. Weiss wants to bunt again, and he's in a 2-strike hole now.
Well, we take a look at this. The first pitch was out over the plate. He fouled it. This is down and in. Splitter down and in, and he just kind of gives up on it. He tries to check his swing, but he went too far.
A hard thrower like Benitez, very difficult to bunt to begin with. Now with 2 strikes, we'll see what Cox decides to do. He squared the bunt, but lays off. It's high and outside.
And I'm like Bobby Cox. I believe it's easier to bunt anyone than it is to hit them. You just have to execute. It's very difficult to catch up with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball when you're swinging. It should be a lot easier to bunt that pitch. Just not easy, just easier.
Just ask all the Brave hitters about facing Benitez this year
when they're swinging.
But he's going to bunt again, and he's out on strikes, bunting foul for strike 3.
Pitch hitting for the Braves.
And of course, Bobby not real happy with that.
Ozzie Guillen.
Ozzie Guillen had a very good at bat in last night's ball game against Benitez. He hit a ball that looked like it was going out of the ballpark, and then it really hooked foul at the last moment. Then he hit a hard line drive that Roger Cedeno had to go back and make the catch on. So he's a pretty good fastball hitter.
He takes ball 1. He's had 3 career at bats against Benitez. The one Joe mentioned, and the other 2 were strikeouts, so he's 0 for 3.
Actually, the next 2 hitters in this Braves batting order are real good fastball hitters. Gerald Williams and Keith Lockhart are also good fastball hitters.
The 1-0 pitch is popped up. Piazza off with a mask. Plenty of room. And he takes it for out number 2, staggering to a knee to get it done.
The left fielder,
Ozzie Guillen has a good swing at it. Actually gets out in front of it a little bit, gets underneath it. Piazza fighting not only the wind, but the rain coming down in his face. He fights it enough and stays with it. Good play there, and there you see Cox. He's starting to agonize a little bit more than we normally see him over there in the dugout.
Whenever this season ends for the Mets, and wherever Mike Piazza has a vacation retreat, he should go there immediately. Gerald Williams, ball 1. After the battering that Piazza has taken, he deserves some R&R. And R&R up in the bullpen for the Braves. Remlinger and Rocker. There goes Battle from first. Piazza uncorks the throw, and Battle steals it.
Man, a late slide there by Battle. I hope he's okay. A real late slide by Battle. I mean, he gets a great jump. Benitez never stops him. And he's lumbering down to second base with a late slide there. I mean, he could have hurt himself, but the throw by Piazza, he really didn't have a shot at it because he had such a great jump on Benitez.
And the 1-1 pitch to Williams. Hop back again. Piazza to the screen. No play. With Remlinger and Rocker getting ready in the Atlanta bullpen, it reminds us that having lefties late in the game come on in relief really messes up the Met bench. Their best pinch hitter is Matt Franco, a left-handed hitter whom they don't like to use against a left-handed pitcher. And Bobby Bonilla is a switch hitter who's much more dangerous from the left side than the right. The 1-2 pitch. Hit to second. Alfonso throws Williams out. And the Mets with another chance to win it as we go to the bottom of the 10th. Sean Dunston will lead it off in the bottom of the 10th, batting for Armando Benitez. So Valentine asked Benitez to work only one inning and then hope his team could win it in the bottom of the 10th. Mike Remlinger comes on. 10-1 during the regular season in 73 appearances with a very good ERA of just over 2. And that's his line in the postseason. Greg Myers, who has seen the postseason before as a member of the Blue Jays in the early 90s and the Padres last year, comes in to replace Perez after Eddie was taken out for a pinch runner. Kenny Rogers, the Game 2 starter, gets up in the bullpen. Benitez is through. First one to Dunston. There's a ball down and away. Started the year with the Cardinals. Mid-season deal with the Mets. 321 overall. Slightly better than that, 344 in New York.
And a good guy for this spot because he can hit the ball in the gap. He runs well, and he has a pretty good eye at the plate.
Two and 0. Should this game be prolonged, the Mets have no true reliever left. They've got Rogers out of their starting rotation warming up, and Octavio Dotel, whom we haven't seen in the postseason, but who was a starter and a long man at other times during the year, hasn't been used either. The 2-0 is in there.
Well, both teams are reaching a point, Bob, where they're going to have to go with one guy until the game is won or lost. They're reaching a point where you're going to say, okay, this is the guy I'm going to use for 3 innings. This is the man I'm going to use for 3 innings on both sides. And something will have to happen in that time frame.
They've all been in there. Cook, Franco, Wendell. Remlinger's 2-1 pitch to Dunston. He got him to commit. 2-2.
Remlinger throws a fastball away, and Dunston realizes too late that it's off the plate. He starts for it, and then he tries to stop his swing, but he had committed too far.
The 2-2 pitch. Tipped back into the glove of Myers, and Dunston is down on strikes.
The left fielder.
Another fastball up and out of the strike zone, but with 2 strikes, it's hard for Dunston to lay off. And he becomes the first out here in the 10th inning.
The Mets are nearly desperate to win it here. They don't want to have to go to Rogers if they can avoid it. They know that should Atlanta score in the top half of any of these extra innings, they'll be looking at Rocket. Here's their shot against Remlinger. Ricky Henderson. Strike 1.
Every pitcher that has performed in this ball game tonight is really thrown well. I mean, I'm a little surprised. I actually thought that this would probably be the game that the hitters would catch up. But all of the pitchers have performed well, and thus we have a 2-2 ball game. That's why I always felt that the bat by Chipper Jones in the 4th inning was a big at bat.
Rocker, a spectator, a long-distance spectator from the bullpen for the moment. Strike 2 to Ricky, who didn't think so.
Ricky thought the ball was off the plate outside, but Remlinger has been throwing it out there.
Well.
And Bobby, you can see Bobby's reaction, and he had that reaction without the camera overhead camera we use.
Here's the 1-2. Edgardo Alfonzo waits on deck. A light misting rain continues to fall at Shea Stadium. It would have to be a downpour before they'd stop this one. And Ricky went chasing it, and he becomes the second straight K put in the book by Remlinger.
The second baseman, Edgardo Alfonzo.
Here's Edgardo Alfonzo in the game against the Mets, the playoff game. He hit a home run in the first game against the Diamondbacks. He hit 2 home runs going off of Randy Johnson. And then the Diamondbacks victory here, he hit a home run for the Mets.
He's 1 for 4 in game 5. And that's ball 1. During the year, he hit 27 home runs. Three more in the playoffs. High 2-0. Olerud would be next. Remlinger struck out Dunston, the pinch hitter. Then Henderson chased one outside the strike zone, and he fanned 2. Alfonzo fouls it off. Appearances can be deceiving. The 2-1 pitch is skied to right center field. Jordan in and calling. On to the 11th. Game 5 is over for Ricky Henderson. Sean Dunston, who pinch hit in the bottom of the 10th, stays in the game and plays center field. Moving from right to left is Benny Agbayani. And switching back to right field from center is Melvin Mora, who had begun the game in right.
Melvin Mora.
Out of the bullpen comes Kenny Rogers to pitch the 11th. Rogers will hit in the number 1 spot, taking the space in the order vacated by Ricky Henderson.
Now pitching for the Mets.
Kenny Rogers was a reliever in the early 90s. In fact, he led the American League in appearances with 81 for the 1992 Texas Rangers, a team managed by Bobby Valentine.
And as I said, Kenny Rogers is going to be the guy. He's going to pitch as long as he possibly can, or if he can hold the Braves scoreless, because they're not going to make any more pitching changes just for the sake of matchups. And as I said, Bobby's not too
but you know, with Bobby, you've always got that smile, whether he's genuinely in a good mood, whether he's actually irritated and just giving you that cryptic smile. It looked like he was exchanging pleasantries with some fans or friends just behind the dugout.
Leading off for the Braves, their second baseman, Keith
He managed
Lockhart.
this well, though. He had Rogers held back for just this type of situation, where the game could go an indefinite period of time, and you want a guy who has been a starter in that situation.
Well, he's very similar to a long reliever that you use when a starter gets in trouble in the second inning. He's the guy that you're going to put out there for quite a few innings.
And this makes it a certainty that if the Mets win tonight, Al Leiter will start game 6. Here's Lockhart. And a strike to him. He's 0 for 1 since entering the game. And Rogers gets ahead of him. Since the trade from Oakland, Rogers went 5-1 with an ERA of just over 4 for the Mets. He lost game 2 of the division series against Arizona. He lost game 2 of the LCS against the Braves. He's in relief with game 5 on the line. Still 0-2 to Lockhart. Now would be an excellent time for Rogers to begin to reverse his postseason history. His career playoff and World Series ERA is in double figures. He took something off, and Lockhart was way out in front.
Lockhart had a big disadvantage because he doesn't face many left-handed pitchers.
Chipper Jones.
And he faced Franco in his first at bat. Now he has to face Kenny Rogers, and here's that beautiful, big old sweeping curveball. And you can see Lockhart way out in front.
Now here's Chipper. Still hearing it from the crowd at Shea. And lacing one to center field. Dunston had him play deep. And it drops for a single.
The right fielder, Brian
Second
Jordan.
hit of the game for Chipper Jones.
Well, remember, in the game that Rogers pitched in Atlanta, he was picking runners off, so I don't think you're going to see Chipper take too many chances over there at first base. So his base is going to be up to Brian Jordan, maybe Brian Hunter, who follows him. I don't think you're going to see anyone attempt to steal off of Kenny Rogers in this ball game.
Just for the record, Jones stole 25 and was caught only 3 times. The last swing Brian Jordan took against Kenny Rogers resulted in an opposite field home run. That tied game 2 at 2 apiece. Shortly thereafter, Eddie Perez launched a homer of his own, and the Braves were up 4-2. They won it 4-3. The 1-0 pitch. Fouled out of play.
And he had Chipper breaking back to first base on that pitch to the plate. And they've got Olerud holding him at first base, not in his customary position off the bag and moving back to first.
And he gets back easily. Brian Jordan has flied to center, singled home a run, struck out, been walked intentionally, and beat out an infield hit. The 1-1 pitch. High. Jordan glancing down at Ned Yost in the coaching box at third. We're in the 11th. Mets with 2 in the first on Olerud's homer. Braves tied it with a pair in the 4th. Goose eggs ever since. But each team has had chances. And Jordan bounces it foul. 2-2. Raining a bit harder now. Mets have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters due in the bottom of the inning. Olerud, Piazza, Ventura.
Well, both of these teams have their best chance of scoring here in this inning.
Jordan trying to wait on the off-speed pitch, rolls it into the Atlanta dugout.
breaking ball from Kenny Rogers. There's a curveball. You can see that knuckle tucked under a little bit. Brian Jordan out in front, but he fouls it off, which is all he wanted to do.
Another 2-2 pitch. Bounce to Ventura. His play is to second. Close, and he got it.
Ventura had trouble getting it out of his glove, but he was still able to retire Chipper Jones at second base. Remember, it's not a fast track out there now with all this moisture on the ground. Watch, he makes the play, and then he had to re-grip the ball. He didn't have a good grip on it the first time, but he still retires Chipper at second. Now watch, he wants to throw it there, but then he has to re-grip it, and he has a chance of getting Chipper there. And again, there's moisture on the ground. It makes the track slow, but it also puts moisture on the ball for you throwing it. You have to make sure you grab it across the seams so that your hand will not slide off of it. You have to find the seams.
Hunter has walked and popped out since entering the game as a pinch hitter for Ryan Klesko. Here's the 1-0. In the air to deep right center. Mora going back. Edge of the track. Has it. Hunter gave it a ride, but we ride on to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 2. John Olerud will start it in the bottom of the 11th at Shea Stadium in New York. With Joe Morgan, I'm Bob Costas. The Braves trying to finish it. The Mets trying to send it back to Atlanta for a Game 6, which would be Tuesday night. Olerud, Piazza, Ventura against Remlinger. Starts John with a strike. It's been raining off and on, mostly on, since about the 5th or 6th inning. The last 5 runs the Mets have scored have all been driven in by John Olerud. 3 last night, and a 2-run homer way back in the 1st inning when it was still daylight in Game 5. He takes ball 2.
John Olerud, very patient hitter. He had 125 base on balls during the season, so he's a very patient hitter. Makes you throw strikes, and leading off the inning here, he'll take it any way he can get it. But he tries to get you. He's got him in a hole here where it's 2-1. He can basically sit on a fastball.
Fastball right through the heart of the plate. If he was sitting fastball, that's the one he wanted. The 2-2. Fouled off. Bobby Valentine, the owner and the general manager, say he'll be back if he wants to be. Valentine has deferred that question until after the season ends. The question is, does it end tonight for New York? Here's a drive to right. Brian Jordan over toward the line. He didn't get all of it. And Jordan takes it.
Well, it got in on the hands a little bit. He had a beautiful swing at it. He just got in on its hands a little bit.
The catcher.
Well, it's a 2-2 fastball. It's in a little bit. As you can see that the ball got on the handle. He didn't quite get enough of it to get it out. Had a good enough swing. Well, they thought they had a chance, but they didn't realize that he got jammed just a little bit. That was very close.
Mike Piazza now. Swing and a miss. He had a single in the 1st. Since then, he struck out, reached on an error, fanned again. 1 for 4 in this game. 5 for 27 in this postseason. Hershiser, who pitched well earlier, talking with Olerud. Remlinger's 0-1 to Piazza. Way high and outside. Piazza belted 40 home runs during the regular season. Ventura is on deck.
And Ventura still looking for his first hit of this series. Piazza's 40 home runs, one short of the major league record for catchers, held by Todd Huntley, who played here before him. He has a record for 41 home runs by a catcher. There have been catchers who have hit more than 41, Johnny Bench for instance, but they were not while he was catching. Some were pinch hits and some were when he was playing another position.
Remlinger in his second inning of work. With one out and nobody on, his 2-1 pitch is lined to left. Williams takes it. Two up and two down in the New York 11.
Baseman, Ventura.
And up comes Ventura. In his defense, all year long, he's had a banged up left knee. He also injured his left shoulder in the division series against Arizona. That may be contributing to the 0 for 16. This from a guy with 301 with 32 homers and 120 RBIs during the season. Ball one. In the 12th, Andrew Jones, the new catcher Greg Myers, and then the shortstop Walt Weiss are due. If we get that far. 2-0.
And I think you have to be pretty careful with these next couple of pitches to Ventura because he does have the power to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And you do not want to give in to him at this moment.
Fastball rocketed toward the gap in right center. Jordan cuts over and stops it before it can get in the gap, and Ventura has his first hit. A ringing line drive to right.
Well, he got a 2-0 pitch. He hit it hard enough. He just didn't get under it. 2-0 fastball away, and he lines it to right center field. Good job by Jordan to cut it off. Because on the wet grass, the ball sometimes will skid, but you see Jordan goes a long way to get there to cut it off and hold Ventura to a single.
Here's Mora, who's 1 for 4, had a single back in the 6th. Hits it hard. Chipper Jones goes to a knee to stop it, gets up and throws him out. Nice play by Chipper. On to the 12th, still tied at 2.
The Braves have left 15 runners on base. The Mets have left 7. The Braves have had lots of opportunities. In the 6th inning, a botched up squeeze bunt turned into a double play, and that inning was over as they finally tagged Klesko out of play. In the 7th inning, another opportunity, fly ball, as Pat Mahomes gets out of a jam, and Ricky makes the final out. And again in the 10th inning, hard ground ball, but hit right at the second baseman Alfonso. Gerald Williams was hitting. Then in the 11th, this ball looked like it had a chance of finding the gap. Nice play there by Mora as he gets back and gets underneath it, and that's why we remain tied here at 2 going to the 12th inning.
Andrew Jones.
And Andrew Jones will start it against Kenny Rogers. Rain continues to come down. Umbrella's sprouting all over Shea Stadium as it picks up in intensity. But in order to delay this game, it would take a torrential downpour. Andrew Jones. Swings and misses.
Change up by Kenny Rogers.
Jones is 0 for 4 with a sacrifice. A bouncer to short. Ordonez snares it, takes him out. And we check with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you, Bob. Well, there's going to be some changes for the Braves here. Mike Remlinger is going to be finished with the game. And John Smoltz went and grabbed his bat, so we could see him in his spot hitting. Bob?
Come on, Mike.
Jim, thanks. Just what we were speculating about. The only non-pitcher who hasn't been used is their third catcher, George Fabregas. This is the backup catcher, Greg Myers, batting for the first time. Myers has been with the Blue Jays, the Angels, the Twins, the Padres. They got him from San Diego in midseason after Javi Lopez went out for the year with his injured knee. Eddie Perez then became the everyday catcher. Well, Valentine has a bit more to choose from than does Cox. We're in the 12th.
Valentine's actually in pretty good shape there. He's got Pratt for the right-hand side, Franco from the left, and Bonilla a switch hitter.
Two balls and a strike.
Atlanta has the advantage in the bullpen. They have not used as many pitchers.
And they haven't used Rocker. Just missed. 3-1.
A little breaking ball by Rogers that just hangs inside. Count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike to Myers.
And he walked him. So Myers to first and Walt Weiss to the plate.
Shortstop, Walt Weiss.
Three-way action. Springer, Rocker, McGlinchey. John Smoltz, just as Jim Gray tipped us off, is in the on-deck circuit. Switch hitter Weiss from the right side against Rogers. Takes ball 1. Weiss is 1 for 4 with a walk. Fouled off, a ball and a strike. Longtime coach, managed 4 different big league teams. Weiss got a piece of it, and the ball got a piece of Piazza.
Breaking ball from Rogers. He gets a piece of it, just enough for it to foul off the ground and bounce up and get Piazza. Hit the ground first.
Weiss bounces it to Ventura. There's 1. Alfonso turns it. There's 2.
It seems that every time the Braves get an opportunity to do something, they're not able to capitalize. Nice 5 to 4 to 3 double play turned in by the Mets infield, and a hustling Walt Weiss trying to beat it, but you can see he's out by half a step. And then when you take a look over in the Atlanta dugout, Bobby Cox watching, he finally shakes his head. He probably is saying that, I don't know how we're going to score in this ball game. They've had opportunities, but have not been able to capitalize.
And Cox summons the right-hander Russ Springer from his bullpen. For Springer, his first appearance in the LCS, he's unscored upon in his last 11 appearances overall. He pitched 1 inning against the Astros in the division series and held them scoreless. The Braves are Springer's 6th team since 1992. Nadbayani fouls it back. Springer went 2-1 during the regular season. His ERA about 3.5. His next one to Nadbayani. Up high. Benny hit 14 home runs this year.
And Bobby hit a lot of those the first month of the season, and then he really slacked off. But he continued to get base hits, which was good, but he just didn't hit for power.
High again, 2-1. In fact, Nadbayani hit 10 home runs in his first 73 major league at-bats. And then just 4 thereafter. Three balls and a strike.
You start to get the sense, Bob, that either of these two offenses, if they're going to score, they're going to have to get some help. And so far, the pitchers have not given them a lot of help.
He walked him.
And that's the first base on balls issued by the Braves in this ball game. They have not been giving the Mets any help, but they give them some help here leading off the 12th inning.
So here's Ordonez in a sacrifice situation. The pitcher spot is not next. Dunston, who pinch hit earlier, stayed in the game, so he occupies the 9th spot.
But if Ordonez is successful in bunting him over, they would probably walk Dunston, and then Kenny Rogers' spot would be due. And the Mets have action in their bullpen.
He squares. He bunts it up in the air again.
That is 3 times in a row that he has tried to sacrifice and has popped the ball up. I mean, that's hard to believe, because he did have quite a few sacrifices during the season.
He led the team in that department, but every time he's tried it in this series, he has failed miserably. So Ordonez, who continues to sparkle with the glove, but can't get anything done at the plate in this series, sits down. Dunston struck out as a pinch hitter in the 10th. 1 out, 1 on in the 12th. And Dunston pops it up. Chipper Jones backpedaling. 2 gone. And here comes Bobby Bowe. Bonilla, a 6-time All-Star, a 4-time 100 RBI man. Only a couple of Octobers ago, you and I watched him hit a huge home run off Jarrett Wright of the Indians for the Florida Marlins to start them back. They were losing Game 7 of the World Series 2-0. His homer made it 2-1. Eventually, they tied it and won it in extra innings. At that time, he was Florida's regular third baseman.
And when you talk to Bobby Bowe, he says Joe, I can still swing the bat well. I'm just haven't had enough at bats this entire season. And there's Dotel in the bullpen.
At least Valentine gets him up from the left side, which is what he prefers.
And from the left side, he's a low fastball hitter. He likes the ball down.
This is Bonilla's 5th postseason. 2 with the Pirates, 1 with the Orioles, another with the Marlins, and now the Mets. Springer works to him. And there's a strike.
And even if the Mets did want to try to steal a base with Agbayani, it's very difficult to try it because if he gets thrown out, then what do you do with Bonilla? You almost have to let him finish his at bat.
Bonilla got only 119 at bats this year and managed just a 160 average with 4 home runs. The 0-1.
Well, that's his zone right there. Down around the knees. He likes the ball down. Bobby Cox and Leo Mazzoni probably trying to figure out how they can come up with a run if they can get out of this inning.
A pitch out. They almost threw it away. Agbayani wasn't going anywhere. Benny walked to open the inning. But Ordonez fouled out trying to sacrifice. Dunston swinging at the first pitch, popped out to Chipper Jones. And now the 1-2 to the pinch hitter Bonilla. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, if you're the Braves, you want to make it happen before the count goes to 3-2, and you give Agbayani a running start where he could score on a ball that finds a gap.
And Bonilla fouls it off. Springer is the 4th pitcher used by the Braves tonight. The Mets have already used 8. And if they don't score here, Dotel will become the 9th.
That basically tells you the desperation of the situation. The Mets have to win the ball game, and the Braves think they just want to win it.
Another 2-2 pitch. And Bonilla tips it, and Myers can't hold it.
Fastball up a little bit. Bonilla gets a piece of it, but as you said, Myers can't hold it. Got him right on the heel of the glove.
The Mets carried 11 pitchers in this series. The Braves only 9. If they use Dotel, the only guys they will not have used are Leiter and Reed. The 2-2 fouled again.
Well, this is that situation where you ask the manager who's first out of the bullpen. He says the whole staff, and I think that's exactly the way they feel. If they go a little longer, they may even use Leiter, or not Leiter. They probably use Leiter for a while if they have to. I mean, you're in a situation where it doesn't matter. And one of the things that Bobby made the move where he only got a couple of pitches out of Cook. He got the matchup he wanted, but he basically wasted a pitcher.
Another 2-2 pitch, and this time Myers holds it as Bonilla tips it back into his glove. So Bobby Bo fans, and we'll play the 13th. We've gone through 12 innings to resolve nothing so far. Here's the scoring with a man out in the first off Greg Maddox. John Olerud hits one out. 2-0 New York in the 4th inning. Chipper Jones with an opposite field double after Brett Boone had opened the inning with a 2-bagger. Boone scores. It's 2-1. Next batter Brian Jordan singles to left. That brings Chipper in. Tied at 2, and it's been that way ever since the top of the 4th. And that has been the entire pattern of this series. 3 one-run games, and the opener was 4-2. The Mets haven't scored in 4 hours, to look at it another way. Now Bobby Cox is going to use his last man off the bench, his third catcher, George Fabregas, against the Mets' 9th pitcher of the game, Octavio Dotel. Dotel appeared in 19 games this year. 14 of them were starts. And as you see, he registered an 8-3 record. He's just 23 years old. And this is his rookie year in the major leagues. Next one to Fabregas. He gets ahead of him 0-2. The slender right-hander from the Dominican Republic moves Fabregas away. 1-2.
And Dotel is one of those guys that they think is going to be a big-time winner in the major leagues once he gets his feet on the ground as a starter.
Fabregas rolls it foul. Might have broken his bat as Dotel got inside on him.
Dotel looks a little bit like Pedro Martinez, and anybody that looks like Martinez, I would give him a shot. Jams him, and it's grounded outside of the bag. Foul.
Let's quickly check with Jim Gray.
Bobby had to go all the way back down the tunnel here toward the clubhouse because he didn't have any of his bats out here. Obviously not expecting to play. He's retrieved one with the help of the bat boy, and he'll return to the plate. Also, in between innings, the head of the grounds crew, the superintendent, went out and spoke with Jerry Lane and with Jeff Kellogg. The field right now is in fine condition. There are no puddles. There is no standing water. All they did is add some sand to the mound, and the field conditions will not be a deterrent in this game continuing. Bob?
Dotel's 1-2 delivery. Fabregas pops it foul in the seats. If you called Vegas right now, what kind of odds do you think you could get on the Red Sox-Yankees game at Fenway ending before this one?
Or at least them scoring 5 runs before this one is over.
We got about a 3.5-hour head start, but who knows? Fabregas hangs in.
It's been a rough night behind the plate for Piazza. And in this situation, he starts to flinch a little bit. He's just trying to protect himself. He has been hit in so many different areas tonight.
And Fabregas finally strikes out.
The left fielder.
So now Bobby Cox's bench is empty. If he uses a pinch hitter hereafter, it's got to be one of his pitchers, Smoltz or Glavine. For those of you who note this sort of thing, Gerald Williams is the 100th batter in this game. Dotel's 0-1 pitch. Tap foul 0-2.
Well, you start looking at matchups here. Williams a good fastball hitter, so Dotel throws him a good breaking ball down and away.
Piazza slides outside. The pitch wasn't there. It gets by Mike. 1-2. Game like this has Walt Weiss scratching his head. Ryan Jordan hoping for his first trip to the World Series. Nearly got there with the Cards in '96, but the Braves denied him. Ordonez, with that patented skidding move, pops back up and throws Williams out.
The second baseman, Steve Lockhart.
Well, Ordonez, best shortstop in the league. He just plays and makes it look so easy. He even backhands some balls right in front of him, as he did there. He actually just played it off to the side so he could backhand it. He feels more comfortable doing that than he does catching it straight on.
A ball to Lockhart, who entered the game in the 7th. Fouled off, a ball and a strike.
Leo Mazzoni trying to line up the order they're going to use their pitchers coming out of the bullpen. And there you see John Rocker about to start throwing again.
The 1-1. A ball and 2 strikes. Unless they dip into their starters, the only relievers the Braves haven't used are right-hander Kevin McGlinchey and, of course, Rocker. Lockhart flares one into center. It's going to drop for a hit. A 2-out single.
The third baseman.
Well, it also gets Chipper Jones to the plate.
And gets some of the Shea Stadium wise guys going. Razzing Larry Chipper Jones.
The Mets outfield is playing very deep in right and center, not so deep in left. But now Agbayani moves over toward left center field. You cannot afford to have a ball hit over your head. That's why they're playing so deep. You want to keep everything in front of you.
Chipper fouls it off. They give him a huge portion of the left field line and almost as much in right.
And his RBI double was inside the bag at third base in the 4th inning.
There goes Lockhart, and Jones wraps it down the right field line. Racing over is Mora. He cuts it off. They're going to wave him home. They're going to try to score Lockhart. And Piazza's got it. Takes the collision and tags him out. A big play by Mora to prevent the ball from going to the wall. And Ned Yost, the third base coach, just figured in a game like this, even though if they play it cleanly, Lockhart's going to be out, I'm going to make them make the play. And the Mets did. And now, look who's on the mound for Atlanta. Rocker was not the loser last night. 2 runners he inherited scored on the bouncer up the middle by John Olerud that just eluded Ozzie Guillen. But it was Rocker who threw the pitch, and that's as close to beating Rocker as the Mets have come. Bobby Cox told us he can give us an inning, but now we're in extra innings. If he gets out of the 13th, you wonder if he'll work another. So the top half of the inning ends with Chipper Jones credited with a double and Lockhart out at the plate, 9-4-2. the Mets won last night. Rocker was quoted as saying, "These fans think they've gotten in my head. They're wrong. I'm in their heads." He pretty clearly thrives on this sort of situation.
Well, he proved the first game here that he wasn't fazed by all the things that had gone on around him.
And he starts Alfonso with a strike.
Because if he was going to be phased at all, the first game he had the pitcher, after all the comments, he would have either come in and overthrew the ball, or he would come in aiming it, and he did neither. He came in and he was the John Rocker of old.
Works from the set. And Alfonso wraps it foul, 0-2. Edgardo is 1 for 5, a 5th inning single. John Rocker pitching on his 25th birthday. Delivers the 0-2 and fans Alfonso.
The first baseman.
Well, this is the pitch he didn't use last night with runner at third base, but he comes with this good overhead curveball. He's got a good one. That ball breaks down and into the dirt almost, and I think that's why he didn't throw it last night with a runner at third. He's a little more cautious. But a very good start here to the 13th inning for John Rocker.
After his game-winning hit in the 8th last night, Olerud is 1 for 10 for his career against Rocker with 5 strikeouts. That's strike 1.
Olerud's approach last night was much better than it had been before. He actually attacked John Rocker last night, whereas in the past he was more defensive.
Olerud's 2 for 5. A home run and a bloop single. Other than starters, Millwood, Smoltz, and Glavine, all that's left in Cox's bullpen is rookie right-hander Kevin McGlinchey. All that Valentine has left are his starters from the last 2 games, Leiter and Reed, who would be his pitchers in games 6 and 7 respectively if the Mets get that far. 1-1. He has managed more postseason games than anyone in the history of baseball. But that doesn't mean his stomach isn't churning. But he's the guy with the cushion, up 3 games to 1, not Valentine. Olerud lays off. 2 balls and a strike. In the air to center field. In left center, it's Andrew Jones. Williams also there, and it's Gerald Williams who takes it.
The catcher, Mike Piazza.
Andrew Jones ranges so far to either side, you almost assume anything within a few feet of the foul line could be his. Let's check in with Craig Sager.
After that collision at home plate, Mike Piazza came to the dugout. Fred Hina, the trainer, came over to him and said, "Are you all right?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "How about your shoulder?" He said, "It's fine. I just want to end the game here."
Well, he's got a chance to do so right here. 40 home runs this season, and he would love to get his 41st right here.
Todd Pratt is back up. 8 days ago, hit the homer that won the division series against Arizona in extra innings.
And if you're John Rocker, you have to be pretty careful here with Mike Piazza. You have to remember Ventura's on deck, and he has been able to handle him easily. Tougher pitching to Piazza in this situation than it would be pitching to Ventura. Doesn't mean you walk him, but you have to be careful.
Swing and a miss for strike one. Since singling in the first, Piazza has struck out, reached on an error, struck out again, and lined hard to left. He's 1 for 5. Ventura waiting on deck is 0 for 5 lifetime against Rocker. All of them strikeouts. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled off. 0-2. This game is 4 hours and 37 minutes old. Rocker's got his sign from Myers, and the 0-2 pitch. A ball and 2 strikes. The Braves are going back to Atlanta after tonight's game. The question is, do these guys go with them? Or are the Braves going home to prepare for the World Series, which will open in the National League City on Saturday night? The 1-2 struck him out with high heat. Rocker comes in, sets them down in order, striking 2 of them out, and will play the 14th at Shea Stadium. Let's go to Craig Sager.
Well, Mike Piazza has a strained right forearm. I don't know if it happened on that swing when he took a hard cut at the first fastball or if it was in the collision. But he told Fred Heenan, the trainer, before that he was all right. He just wanted to end it right there. And when he wasn't able to in the bottom of the 13th, he can no longer continue. He is coming out of the game. Bob?
And that means the Mets go with Todd Pratt. Unlike the Braves, who carried 3 catchers into the postseason, Valentine has but 2, and the second one, Pratt, is in the game.
Leading off for the Braves.
Well, let's take a look at the last collision that Piazza was in. Again, he has to get down on his knees to make sure he makes the play. And you can see Lockhart grabbed his arm and kind of twisted it a little bit. And there you see Piazza, as he goes back to the dugout, he's flexing his right shoulder.
First man Dotel faces in the 14th is Jordan, who chops one foul. Now we go to Jim Gray.
Well, busy in between innings because Leo Mazzoni called John Rocker down and Bobby Cox, and Bobby said point blank, be honest with me. Do you have another inning? And if I use you in another inning, are you going to be all right for the rest of the series if it goes on? Rocker said yes to both, and he's going to continue. Bob?
That's a big decision right there. And that's the honesty that Bobby Cox demands from his pitchers.
1-2 to Brian Jordan. Craig Sager tells us that Al Leiter has gone to the bullpen. Jordan fouls it, and the count holds 1-2. So Leiter will pitch game 3 and pitch brilliantly as they work on Rocker's arm, just trying to keep him loose. And that was Friday night. Just 48 hours ago, Leiter goes to the bullpen just in case. Down goes Jordan.
If you have to use Leiter, you use him. You can't worry about having a starter for game 6.
Valentine would like to plan for Tuesday, but first he's got to get there. So all the plans go out the window as this one moves along. One out in the 14th. Hunter's 0 for 2 with a walk.
And if Bobby has to use lighter tonight, then maybe you go with that rotation kind of thing. Each guy goes 2 innings.
Pop back. The bat went sailing into the Brave dugout. And luckily didn't spear anybody.
Well, Hunter with a big rip, but the bat slips out of his hand. And remember, it is raining out here, so handle gets very slippery. Perez avoiding the bat.
And able to smile about it as he got out of harm's way. The 1-1. Foul to the screen, a ball and 2 strikes. Hunter, who many years ago hit a huge home run in the LCS for the Braves in 1991, Game 7 at Pittsburgh off John Smiley, helped them to win the pennant that night. At the plate here in the 14th. 1 out, nobody on. And he hangs in at 1-2.
Well, he's not trying to hit a single, I guarantee you that.
You got that right.
He's taking a good rip.
Wouldn't chase it. 2-2 because Valentine had to use Pratt. And since we've long assumed that Roger Cedeno with the bad back is not available, all that's left on the bench is his pinch hitter extraordinaire Matt Franco. Another foul. Truth be told, one of his better hitting pitchers is Rick Reed, who pitched last night. If he wants to get cute here. The 2-2. Full count. Hunter reaches for it, loops it into right. Mora comes on and gets there. 2 gone in the 14th. If necessary, as we've been telling you,
Center fielder.
they'll play Game 6 Tuesday night at Turner Field. We'll be there 8 Eastern Time on NBC. Here's Andrew Jones. 0 for 5 with a sacrifice.
Dotel has really been throwing the ball well. Has an excellent fastball, has an average curve, but he has a real good fastball, and they think he's going to be a big star. Once he gets his feet on the ground, he learns to be a starter. There's this curveball. They're trying to avoid throwing Andrew Jones' fastballs middle of the plate in because he's an excellent fastball hitter.
Andrew hit 26 home runs this year. Fastball high, 3-0. Walt Weiss was clean shaven when this game began. And Jones draws a 2-out walk.
The catcher, Greg Myers.
Braves picked the right pitch to send the runner on the last time they had a base runner. But in this situation, you wonder if they'll give Andrew Jones a chance to try to steal this base to get himself in scoring position.
This game is at 4 hours and 49 minutes. We're talking about the record for longest in terms of elapsed time, not innings played. Greg Myers takes a ball. Met fans remember that one. A marathon that finally took them to the World Series.
And Dotel all of a sudden can't find the strike zone.
Leiter has not yet begun throwing, if in fact he will, in the Met bullpen. Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, speaking with Dotel and Pratt. By the way, for the record, this stuff gets confusing now that there's a division series in LCS. Division series game in 1995 at Yankee Stadium between the Mariners and the Yankees lasted 5 hours and 13 minutes. A 15-inning game, 5 hours and 13 minutes. That was the division series. This is the LCS. Two and one.
Both managers getting a little fidgety now because I think they realize that they're running out of players. They're going to have to start making some decisions that will impact the remainder of the series if it goes past tonight.
Jones is going, and it's popped up wide of third, but it looks like it'll drift out of play, and it does, on top of the dugout. So Andrew Jones returns to first. He stole 24 bases during the regular season. By the way, that 5 hour and 13-minute game in the 95 division series between the Yankees and Mariners was at the Kingdome. For those of you scoring at home, Jones gets back. Here's the 2-2 with the runner not going, and Myers commits himself, and down he goes. To the bottom of the 14th after this. There are some empty seats, but considering the length of the game, considering the fact that it's a Sunday night and there's work and school tomorrow, and considering the rain, a huge number have remained. The vast majority of the seats still occupied. So now in the bottom of the 14th, Robin Ventura will try to do what he hasn't done so far. Solve John Rucker. He's yet to put the ball in play against him. 5 at-bats, 5 strikeouts. He roped a single to right in the 11th, his first hit of this game and his first hit of this series. Meanwhile, same score at Fenway Park as at Shea Stadium, but it's taken them only 3 innings to get there. The Yankees are up in the top of the 4th, tied 2-2. The Mets are up in the bottom of the 14th, tied 2-2. Rocker's finally set, and he begins the bottom of the 14th with strike 1 to Ventura as he bounces it foul. If anyone thought that the Mets would roll over after being down 0-3, they thought wrong. They come back to win game 4 in heart-pounding fashion last night. And they battle to the 14th here, when any misstep could spell the end of their season. Strike. We mentioned this earlier, but that was a long time ago. Not only has no team in baseball history ever won a best-of-7 series in any round, and they were down 0-3, no team has even forced a 7th game from that situation. And only once has the team down 0-3 managed to win 2 and get it to a 6th game. That's what the Mets are up against. Center field, Andrew Jones. So gracefully, he takes it.
Bob, no one has done that, but you have to remember that by the nature of the game, the way baseball is, eventually someone will.
Melvin Mora.
And now as Melvin Mora comes to the plate, Bobby Cox heads for the mound.
And you can read his lips. He says, good job.
And Rocker walks off to his usual chorus of hisses and boos. So Cox just wanted him to face Ventura, who's now 0 for 6 lifetime against him. And now he removes him.
Yes. Okay. Well, I think he knew that.
Is this?
He said something about boo me or something.
Give me McGlinchey. So now Cox calls upon the rookie, 22-year-old Kevin McGlinchey, to face Mora, and it's strike 1. Well, Rocker is a self-proclaimed huge wrestling fan, and for him, a lot of this is like the theater of wrestling, and he's the bad guy. He heard another serenade from the Shea Stadium crowd as he headed to the Atlanta dugout. I'm pretty sure it wasn't happy birthday, even though this is Rocker's 25th. Just looked at Ventura, the man he retired as the last hitter he faced. At least Ventura put the ball in play against him for the first time in his life. First 5 times he'd struck out. This time he flied to center.
Both John Olerud and Robin Ventura have had better at bats the last couple of bats against Rocker. So if the series does go longer, you can expect them to make a little better showing against Rocker in the late innings.
Outside to Mora, 2-2.
Of course, Olerud had the game-winning base hit last night off of Rocker, and he hit the ball solidly against Rocker in his one at bat here tonight.
And McGlinchey strikes Mora out. If you're just joining us and you're a little bit confused, as can be the case with the postseason television schedule, which games are at which times, which networks have which leagues, this was a day game originally. We're in the 14th. 2 out, nobody on. And here's Agbayani.
Bob, you know, the most amazing statistic, if you're looking at the Braves side, is that they have only issued 1 base on balls in 13 2/3 innings. That's amazing pitching.
And basically, we're into a war of attrition. Almost all the pitchers have been used. All the bench players, with the exception of Matt Franco, for the Mets are gone. Piazza, battered all through September and October, finally had to be removed. And the game is in the hands of 2 rookies, McGlinchey and Dotel. High, 3-0. Atlanta pitchers have registered 13 strikeouts and just the 1 walk Joe Morgan mentioned. Ball 4 to Agbayani. That's the second.
And McGlinchey was being a little careful with Agbayani because he can hit the ball out of the ballpark. And Ray Ordonez, of course, is the hitter now, and he doesn't have a lot of power. Only 1 home run the entire season. Oh for 5 there and 1 for 19 in the series. And 3 of those outs were on bunt attempts.
He also hit into a double play with the bases loaded in the 6th. Swinging at the first pitch and killing the rally. Agbayani had a half-dozen steals during the year. He's on at first. Ball 1 to Ordonez.
Bobby Cox going through the signs. They usually give the pitch outs from the bench.
Runner's not going. And Ordonez takes high. Myers heads to the mound to talk it over with McGlinchey. Two runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for Atlanta. 2-9-1 for New York. There goes Agbayani on the 2-0 pitch, and Myers won't even throw. So he's in scoring position with 2 out, and the count 3-0 to Ordonez.
Well, McGlinchey has a big leg kick. What a great jump. Look at how high he kicks his leg. No chance for Myers to even throw to second base as Agbayani steals it easily.
Dunston is on deck. Leiter has begun to throw. Take sign here for sure. Strike 1. The outfield is very shallow because Ordonez has little power, giving them at least a chance, if the ball is hit sharply, to make a play at the plate. A bouncing ball right side. Lockhart has it from the outfield grass. He sends the game to the 15th. The 15th is the 3rd inning of work for Dotel. Strike 1 to Walt Weiss. Weiss is 1 for 5 with a walk. His 1 hit, an 8th inning double. If you've just recently joined us, it's been raining about like this, about this intensity, through most of the game. And we played through it the whole time. Dotel's 1-2 pitch. For the moment, the Met bullpen is silent. Al Leiter was soft tossing a while ago. Dotel, though, and this is rookie year, made 14 starts. So it's very likely that Bobby Valentine will go with him at least for a few innings more. Even should he get into a situation where he needs Leiter for a single left-handed hitter, then you have to wonder what happens if the game goes on beyond that. at-bats.
Al Leiter relaxing out in the bullpen.
For the moment, out of the rain. Weiss pops it down the right field line. It's in the seats. Craig Sager has some info for us.
Obviously, if Al Leiter does have to warm up hard or come into the ball game, his status for starting Game 6 would be in question if the Mets should win. But they discussed that down in the dugout, and Bobby Valentine and Bruce Benedict. Dave Ball said, hey, we go what we got. We'll piece together Game 6.
A line drive that drops for a hit.
Good job there by Weiss. He fought off a lot of good pitches from Dotel, and he leads off the 15th inning with a base hit, which will allow Kevin McGlinchey to bunt him over. Fastball down and out over the plate. He just slaps it to left field for a base hit. But he fought off some really good pitches from Dotel with 2 strikes.
McGlinchey had only 2 at-bats without a hit. And he didn't have a sacrifice this year. No attempt to mask his intentions. It's strike 1.
And if you know a pitcher or a hitter is going up there to bunt, you throw the high fastball. Do not get the ball down. The high fastball is the toughest pitch to bunt, and you might even get him to pop it up.
Olerud holding Weiss. McGlinchey pulls back and takes a ball. With each passing half inning, little by little, the crowd thins with the length of the game and the weather conditions. The 1-1 pitch, high 2-1. On the other hand, some of these seats cost $100, so you're reluctant to give it up. Might as well get your money's worth. And those who remain have. The 2-1 pitch. That's strike 2, yeah.
He tried to pull his bat back, but got a piece of the bat. This would have been ball 3. Right there, he didn't get it back in time.
He's going to bunt with 2 strikes, but he takes inside 3-2.
Interesting here, if you're Bobby Cox, do you let Weiss take off? See again, the ball up and in, and he gets the bat back in time for ball 3.
Dotel absolutely cannot walk this man. The runner goes. It's a called strike 3. The throw safe.
Good play there by Bobby Cox. The reason it's a good play, if you have your hitter square around, it also keeps the catcher back. The catcher can't come forward and get the ball quickly enough to throw the runner out. Nice play there by McGlinchey. He stayed there and then he pulled the bat back. Weiss, a good slide to the outside and a good call there at second base. Ed Montague's the umpire at second base. And here's Weiss. And we'll look at this. He dives to the outside away from the tag. Good slide.
Now the leadoff man, Gerald Williams. Best guess is that was a straight steal with the take sign on. If you're lucky enough, it's ball 4. If not, you got a chance for the steal.
Well, I think it's a good idea to square around and then pull the bat back, because when you do that, that keeps the catcher from coming forward. This is just before the steal. He says, I want to take off. And Wise does, because Wise was still talking to him when Dotel went into his stretch.
The repairs have been made to Dotel's spikes, picking up a lot of mud and muck in these conditions. 1-0 to Gerald Williams. 1 for 6, a 5th inning double with an intentional walk tossed in. High heat, 1-1.
Dotel still has great movement on his fastball, especially when he gets it up in the strike zone. 2 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Keith Lockhart, a tough lefty bat, especially against a right-hander, waits on deck. Late swing, 1-2. Those who have the energy come to their feet at Shea. Dotel sets and delivers. And Williams spoils it. Weiss, who still runs pretty well, leads away from second. Another 1-2 pitch. In the air to shallow right, down the line, Mora into foul ground, no play. Top of the 15th, a 2-2 game, and Williams asked for time. Now the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit in the air to left center. Agbayani moves over for the catch. Weiss remains anchored at second with 2 out.
The second baseman.
Dotel hung a breaking ball there, but Gerald Williams just got underneath it. Watch, it's a breaking ball and it kind of hangs in the middle of the plate. See the rotation there, right there in the middle of the plate up, and Gerald just barely missed it, got underneath it just enough to keep it in the ballpark. Interesting conversation here because Dave Wallace is talking to Dotel. You have to remember Chipper Jones is on deck, but I think what they're trying to make him understand is that Lockhart, very good fastball hitter.
Last year, Lockhart had a good year, especially off the bench for Atlanta. He had .333 as a pinch hitter, but he was playing more in the field at second base, so his swing was in a better groove. This year, with Brett Boone getting most of the starts at second, Lockhart's at-bats have been cut back, and that in turn has diminished his effectiveness off the bench. Still, as Joe said, a dangerous man in a spot like this. Weiss at second with 2 down in the 15th. And a line drive toward the gap in right center field. Sprinting over is Dunston. Can't get to it. It gets by him as Weiss scores the go-ahead run. Lockhart around second, digging for third. And his triple has given Atlanta the lead in the 15th.
Keith Lockhart, I guarantee you, he was looking dead red there, sitting on a fastball because he's such a good fastball hitter. He gets the fastball and he rips it into right center field. Low fastball. He hammers it to right center field. Dunston did a good job of closing the gap. I thought he might get there in time. The ball stayed up there a long time, even though he lined it into right center field. And watch. Well, they're going to go ahead and walk Chipper Jones.
The expected move here, and they'll take their chances with Brian Jordan. For most of his career, Sean Dunston was a shortstop and a good one. He's been playing the outfield of late, all three outfield positions, a lot of center field. I'm asking, not stating, would Darrell Hamilton have had a play on that ball?
That ball looked like a base hit from the moment he hit it. I would say it's a base hit. He closed the gap as quickly as he could, and it just looked like it was a base hit. This was more of a line drive. It wasn't a fly ball. Now watch, this is the line drive right into the gap. Look how much ground he has to cover. I mean, just to get there, he starts way over there. That's a base hit. It didn't hang up there long enough.
Bit of chicanery attempted by Dotel, and it didn't work. Bluffing to third and throwing to first. Jordan trying to add to the lead and taking a ball. And by the way, the question about the center fielders doesn't imply there's anything wrong with Dunston being out there, because in a game like this, you have to make all kinds of moves, and you just go with what you can go with.
And they've used all their players, as you say, except Mac Franco's the only one they have left. And I'm sure we'll see him in the bottom of the 15th inning.
In fact, Dunston is the leadoff man on the bottom of the 15th, occupying the 9th slot, and then the pitcher's spot comes up next. And that's when Valentine will call on Franco. Swing and a miss, 2-1.
Sometimes as a manager, you're just in a situation that works against you. In this inning, it was like that because Al Watwhite's very good fastball hitter, Gerald Williams, very good fastball hitter, and Keith Lockhart. He had three good fastball hitters he had to wade through, and he couldn't do it.
Two balls, two strikes, 2 outs, 2 on, and most importantly, a run home in the top of the 15th. The first number other than a 0 put on the board since the top of the 4th. Out of play. Lockhart a lead from third, Jones away from first. Jones breaks for second, and Jordan strikes out to end the top of the 15th. But there may be only 3 outs left in the Mets season. And there may be only 3 outs separating the Braves from their 5th trip of the decade to the World Series. The Mets have operated on the edge for about 2.5 weeks now. Now they're down to what could be their last 3 outs of a memorable season. Dunston 0 for 2 since entering the game. Foul ball, strike 1. Franco is in the on-deck circle. If Dunston reaches and is on first, is it still Franco, or do you ask Dotel to bunt?
I think you have to find out who can bunt. If he can bunt, I think you have to bunt him. If you don't think he can bunt, then you have to send Franco up there.
Dunston bluffs a bunt and takes ball 1.
That comes under the heading of knowing your players, knowing who can bunt in certain situations and who has trouble in those situations. And I'm sure Bobby already knows exactly what he's going to do if Dunston gets on base.
Dotel had 1 sacrifice this year. That's Franco, already in the on-deck circle. Dunston takes strike 2. What's he thinking about?
I have no idea on that one. It looked like he was figuring that McGlinchey wasn't going to be able to throw a strike, but with 1 strike already, you just about have to go to hacking.
Dunston still runs pretty well if he can get on. 2-2. The rookie Kevin McGlinchey trying to close it. He'd be the winning pitcher. Clearly on the verge of the biggest moment of his brief big league life at age 22. He was 7-3 this year, but Bobby Cox and Leo Mazzoni spotted him mostly in non-pressure situations. Full count to Dunston. Now if he reaches, the two pitchers they haven't used are both good bunters. Leiter has 11 sacrifices and Reed 8.
A tough decision if he does reach, because if you run one of those pitchers up there to bunt and they do not get the job done, you're basically just giving away an out without advancing the runner.
The 3-2 pitch. Fouled off.
There's Mike Piazza. It's been a rough evening for him. Behind the plate, he was run over again. Had a few foul tips off his body.
Rick Reed, last night's starter, is now throwing in the New York bullpen.
Well, he will not be bunting then.
Unless he can sprint in a hurry. Dunston makes McGlinchey work.
Well, he's doing a good job of fouling off some pitches, and when you have a guy like McGlinchey on the mound, if you can foul off a few pitches, he will walk you.
Dunston from Brooklyn's Thomas Jefferson High School. The first pick overall by any team in the draft when the Cubs took him #1 in 1982. He was a high school phenom. Played a good shortstop and a rocket for an arm for a number of years in Chicago. Has been with several clubs since. Giants, Pirates, Indians, Cubs again, Cardinals earlier this year, and to the Mets in a midseason deal. The 3-2 pitch again, and another foul ball. Good at bat for Dunston.
Well, I think Sean Dunston had the best arm for a shortstop that I have ever seen. He was very strong and accurate.
I remember Mark Grace saying he had to brace himself for those throws. Out of there with a bruised gloved hand. And another foul ball. The fourth 3-2 pitch fouled off by Dunston. If the Mets should tie it and need another pitcher for a 16th inning, Rick Reed threw 7 innings last night, plus 2 batters in the 8th, but he only threw 73 pitches.
Man, this is a battle.
Do it again.
Great job by the pitcher, McGlinchey, and a great job by Dunston.
Baseball, especially postseason baseball, can be a game of building tension, sustained and then building tension. And that's what Dunston and McGlinchey are giving us here. 6 foul balls after the count went full.
John Smoke sitting next to the pitching coach, rocking Leo.
Rolled toward the middle, base hit. A tremendous at-bat for Sean Dunston.
Leading off the bottom of the 15th inning and down by 1 run. This is an unbelievable at-bat. He fouled off several pitches till he got the one he could hit, put in play, and he hits a ground ball right back through the middle for a base hit. Great job there by Sean Dunston. Mets know that they're still alive. And it looks like they're going to send Dotel up to bunt. Or to attempt to bunt.
Franco was striding toward the plate, and Valentine called him back.
Now hitting for the Mets, the pitcher, Octavio Dotel.
Octavio Dotel had only 24 at-bats with 3 hits, and as I mentioned, did not have a successful sacrifice, at least according to our stats. He had 1. He had 1.
Well, now it looks like Bobby's changed his mind. And now Matt Franco is in the ballgame.
What was that about?
Well, I think he just changed his mind. I mean, you have to remember, this could be their last at-bats of the season. A lot of things go through your mind. You say, well, I want to bunt him over. And then you say, well, if I don't bunt him over, if Dotel can't bunt him over, as I said earlier, you're just giving away an out without moving a runner. So you take your best shot. He says, Matt Franco is my best pinch hitter. I'm just going to go with it.
On the other hand, during the changeover between innings and Dunstan's long at bat, he had plenty of time to think about it.
That's true, but Bobby, a lot of things are going through your mind at this time when you're standing there. I mean, just think about it. He's been thinking, his mind's been churning for all 5 hours and 40 minutes.
In terms of elapsed time, this is the longest playoff game in baseball history now. Matt Franco hit .235 for the year with 4 home runs. As a pinch hitter, he had a record 20 pinch hit walks and a batting average of .241, 14 for 59.
This may not work, but I agree with Bobby. I think he's doing the right thing. You take too big a risk hoping that Dotel can bunt.
Alfonso on deck. Here's the 0-1. Way outside. Leo Mazzoni to the mound.
And I think they're concerned with Sean Dunston at first base because we saw Agbayani get a great jump off of McGlinchey. So Sean Dunston runs a little better than he does. So if they want to send him, they may have the opportunity to do so. And that may be what Bobby's thinking. If he can steal second base, Matt Franco can still pull the ball to the right side. And that gives them their best chance of scoring a run rather than trying to bunt him in the scoring position and giving up an out without moving a base. But again, a lot of things going on in both managers' minds at this time.
One of Matt Franco's 4 homers this year came as a pinch hitter. He hits into his fair share of double plays, 9 of them in 132 at-bats. 2 balls and a strike. The rookie McGlinchey works. Dunston breaks for second, and Franco taps it foul.
And he had it stolen easily. And that was the game plan, and that's why you saw Leo Mazzoni go out there and tell him, you try to hold a guy at first. He threw to first base once, but he's got such a high leg kick and a slow delivery to the plate. It's going to be difficult to stop Sean Dunston from stealing a base.
Here's a difference between baseball and any other sport. You come down to the crunch in football, you're going to try to throw it to your best receiver, give it to your best bat. In basketball, you're going to try to put it in your best scorer's hands. But sometimes in baseball, it's a journeyman like Franco off the bench and a rookie like McGlinchey on the mound with the whole season on the line. Baseball history is dotted with the names of people like Al Weiss, Brian Doyle, people who come out of the shadows and into prominence because it's just their time. It's McGlinchey against Franco in the 15th. There goes Dunston again. Here's the throw by Myers. Nowhere close. The tying run is in scoring position with nobody out.
Well, you could see that Weiss did not want to give up his position too soon. In fact, he was a little late getting there. Plus, Dustin chooses a curveball. They come with a curveball here, which gives him a little more time to run. And he beats the throw at second base. Myers comes up and fires to second. He makes a good throw, just a little late.
And now the 3-2 pitch. The winning run is on.
Now you, yes, now you go. Now you have, I think you have to bunt in this situation. You have a guy at the plate, Alfonso, who can go up there and bunt it. If he fouls off a couple of pitches, he still gets a chance to hit. Whereas if Dotel would have gone up there and he fouls off a couple of pitches, and then you send Franco up with 2 strikes, it's not a good situation. So everything is in your favor here to bunt, whereas I don't think it would have been in their favor to bunt with Dotel.
You anticipated my question. But if he bunts successfully, they almost certainly walk Olerud.
Yes. And it'll be left up to Todd Pratt again.
What a spot. Alfonso squares, pulls back, takes a ball.
Both teams were just in a very difficult situation with young players, with the game in their hands. And we saw Todd Pratt, he's laughing. He's saying, yeah, bunt him over and then I'm the guy again. Kind of likes that situation. But you got McGlinchey, you had Dotel, both of them not your choices if you're in a tie ball game late in the ball game.
Squaring, bunting. It's a good one. The play is to first. Successful sacrifice. Tying run at third. Winning run at second. 1 out in the 15th.
Good job there by Alfonso to get the ball down and force him to make a play.
The first baseman,
forced him to make a play in this situation. Alfonso drops it right out in front of the plate. McGlinchey only has 1 play, and that's the first base.
So now they'll walk Olerud. And it will leave it up to Todd Pratt. A 32-year-old who, to call him a journeyman, would be kind, at least prior to the last few weeks. He spent a full year out of baseball. He worked at a pizza franchise. For a while, he worked at Bucky Dent's baseball school in Florida. He was up and down between the minors and majors 3 times in another season. You don't get all that much time playing behind Mike Piazza. When Piazza's aching thumb finally forced him out, it was Pratt who came on in the division series and hit an extra inning home run over the center field wall in Game 4 8 days ago in this ballpark that finished the Arizona Diamondbacks and sent the Mets into the LCS against the Braves.
Well, the Braves have made their decision, and that decision is they're going to play for a double play with their middle infielders. We're going to have a pinch runner, it looks like, coming out of the dugout. But on the corners, they're going to come to the plate. Brian Hunter and Chipper Jones are going to come to the plate as we see Roger Cedeno going out to second base, because he would be carrying the possible winning run if somebody gets a base hit right here.
Sidelined for Game 5 until now with back spasms. So here it is, the 22-year-old rookie McGlinchey against 32-year-old journeyman Todd Pratt. That's ball 1. Todd Pratt has already this postseason taken his name out of the agatype and placed it in the headlines. Can he do it again? Dunston is at third. Cedeno, the pinch runner, carrying the winning run, is at second. Olerud is at first. 3-2 Braves. Bottom of the 15th. And ball 3 to Todd Pratt. Taking all the way, waggling the bat, just trying to distract McGlinchey. Strike one.
And you may see him take another one. He was taking 2-0. You may not want to take another strike because then he may make a good pitch and strike you out. I think if you get a good pitch, you got to swing at it here.
The 3-1. Ball 4. Game time.
The Mets will not die.
What a hero Dunston was in this inning. With a tremendous at-bat. Foul ball after foul ball before singling. Then he stole second. He set this inning up.
Well, the Braves have to play the infield in now. They have to come home with anything hit on the ground.
And the outfield is also shallow. Ball 1 to Robin Ventura. And because of the kind of game it's been, the kind of chess match series it's been, somebody's going to ask why, once they got the lead, Bobby Cox didn't have Kevin Millwood pitch the 15th. The 1-0. Foul to the screen. Feet from Game 6. Bases loaded, 1 out. And he almost threw it away.
Well, he was disturbed by Roger Cedeno. Cedeno made a good bluff towards home plate. And McGlinchey took his eyes off of the plate, took the plate up late.
Drive to right, back to Georgia. Gone, a grand slam. What a scene at Shea.
Well, they will not let Robin Ventura run around the bases.
Have you ever seen anything like this? He's got to circle the bases for his grand slam to be official. I'm looking for the umpires, and they've left the scene. A 5-hour and 47-minute trip to Bedlam. Reading Valentine's lips. Thank you, New York.
McGlinchey had to throw a strike. He had fallen behind, and he gives him a fastball, and Robin hits a rocket. This is a line drive that doesn't come down until it goes over the 371 sign in right field. He knows it's a game winner as soon as he hits it. Just now he knows it's a grand slam. But it's not a grand slam unless he runs around the bases. But it's still a game winner because they only need one run to score. Now watch what happens. The ball is lined over the right field wall. It goes right over the 371 sign. And so Daniels going back to tag up. He knows that even if they catch it, the game is over. So he comes home with the winning run. But then they mobbed Ventura out near second base. He never got past second base. Here's the bench as they get all excited. They know that they had won as soon as the ball got in the air. And then you see they're still watching now. They realize it goes out of the ballpark. But watch. I mean, they mob him at second base. Between first and second is as far as he got.
Robin Ventura hit 3 grand slams during the season. The scoreboard reads 7-3. Ventura never rounded the bases.
And if you do not touch home plate, those runs can't count. So the final score should be 4-3. I don't know if the rest of the runners touch home plate or not.
I'll tell you, these Mets are Rasputin-like. You cannot put them away. They will not die. Whatever the official final score is, the Mets have won it. After falling behind 3-2 in the top of the 15th, they rallied to win it and force Game 6. Well, here's a formality. Ace Ventura indeed. He's the Chevrolet player of the game, Robin Ventura.
Another look, and it's really a line drive that just carries right over the 371 sign.
Remember, all they needed was a sacrifice fly or any kind of hit. The fact that it cleared the wall was icing.
And you see Robin, he's saying go, go, meaning you have to go and touch the next bag, because if they can't call an appeal and touch 2 bases, they would be out.
Bobby Valentine's with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Bobby Valentine just said to me, don't ask me anything about the game. I can't remember it. So let me ask you about the last play of the game. You remember that? What about that grand slam there?
Yeah, I remember that because Robin Ventura played on one leg this whole game. There were about 5 times I thought about taking him out of the game. He kept saying no, he could go, no, he could stay in, and it's poetic justice indeed for him to get the game winner. God, what a great player, what a great team.
Have you ever been involved in anything quite like this? I know you haven't in a playoff, but just as long as this game went on, the longest game in playoff history?
I've been in long games, but not games where every pitch meant so much from the 4th inning on. And the 4th inning was a great inning, and it went on. The pitchers were fabulous, the defense was good, and the guys never gave up.
Bobby, congratulations. We'll look forward to Game 6. Let's go out to Craig Sager, who's with Robin Ventura.
Well, Robin, it was the longest playoff game in history time-wise. You never got past second base. Tell us about the pitch, what you're looking for when all you need was a sacrifice fly.
You know, I was just looking for something, you know, in the middle of the plate that I could just get in the air. And, you know, everybody had all the tough at-bats before me. I mean, mine, you know, he just walked taut, so I was just trying to put the barrel on it. And, you know, the way I've been swinging, just put it simple, just try and get it on the barrel.
After a grand slam, you want to savor the moment. You want that home run trot, whether it's Chris Chandler.
As long as I got the first base, I don't care. That means we won. I mean, it's a great game to be involved in, to win it. You know, as long as I got the first, I don't care.
The Mets do not give up. You are down 3-0. Do you have the momentum now going back to Atlanta down 3-2?
You know, well, you hope so. You know, they're awful tough down there. And, you know, we're just glad to actually going back after getting down 3-0. And, our crowd was great tonight, and they're partly responsible for this.
Let me show you a way around third base and home so that extra run will count. Go ahead, and I'll send it back to Bob and Joe.
Thanks. I've had enough.
Let's go back to Bob.
All right, Craig. Heck of a job. Robin Ventura said, "I've had enough." How many players would run the risk that a grand slam wouldn't count?
Well, Bob, I'll tell you one thing. They couldn't see beating the Braves 4 in a row, but I think they can see beating them 2 in a row now. They've taken it one game at a time until they got to the point where they can see the end of the goal now, and I think they have a chance of winning 2 ball games in a row.
The Game 6 you expected to be played will be played Tuesday night. Turner Field in Atlanta. Al Leiter for the Mets. Kevin Millwood for the Braves. 8 o'clock Tuesday on NBC. According to the official scorer Red Foley, the final score of this game is actually 4-3.
You can't count runs unless they touch home plate.
The Mets don't care. They are the winners. Selflessly, Ventura decides to celebrate with his teammates and doesn't get the grand slam, but the Mets get the win.